sound really loud tonight. You're right.
Hey everybody, welcome to Sketches at Dinner, and the music's probably too loud. So I need someone to come in there and tell me if it's too loud. Just to be certain, what's at 50? I'm gonna cut it down to 35. We'll see how it goes. Let me know what you guys think whenever you all eventually show up.
Does it have like a special USB-C?
I don't understand.
Does it have a USB-C?
I think so. I guess we get.
Oh, it's regular USB.
What's up, everybody? I am currently working on trying to get this commission going. It's a Gunslinger scribbly. And what I'm going to do is a distress ink base for the main character and for the background. And then do scribbly on the background and hopefully leave the watercolor on the background alone. And I'll have a nice blend of watercolor and acrylic pen, and we'll see how it goes. I've done a test, but I've never actually tried it. So if it sucks, then I'll just do a copy using marker and be done with it and move on. But I really wanted to give it a shot with distress ink. So, and this will be the first time I think, Uncle Jerk, Uncle Roman, you're here.
I am.
Can you hear me? You can hear.
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I'm
just always on another plane of existence. Sorry.
Music's so loud it drowned out Uncle Jerk.
I can't hear anything, Rob. You're destroying my hearing. What little bit of it I have left. It's so verkackt. I don't know why you're doing this to me. Oh, Rob, you're killing me.
Music is pretty quiet in the background. See? Which is cool by see. Oh, William Walker says the music's too quiet.
Of course. We'll make a liar out of me, William. Thanks. He's trying to be useful, but oh no.
We'll bump it up a little bit.
There we go.
I also sent you a link, William. So whenever you're ready to roll on that, go ahead. That link will stay for you. Sorry, I just forgot about it the past week. I was like, don't I owe someone a link? Don't I owe someone a link? And then I was like, I do. I owe someone a link. Hey, Telebuvian Studios, Funky. Yeah, hey, just let me know if it's too loud or too whatever.
He's talking about the music, not me, because I'm going to be too loud and too annoying all night, so you guys just better get used to that shit. I had a good day yesterday, so I'm going to be especially just annoying tonight, I'm sure.
All right, so before I start painting this, I'm going to need to draw out my guide and tape it where I can.
Am I alone, like, that taping down process and then, like, taking off the tape at the end and getting those nice clean edges is just, like, the most satisfying thing in the fucking world?
Artists say they like it. I stress that I'm going to rip the paper.
I always stress that I'm going to rip the paper, too. I do it, like, my wife makes fun of me because she's like, you're like a 3-year-old pulling a Band-Aid. I'm like, I know, but maybe I'll rip the paper. As stressful as it is, I still love it though.
I was really enjoying the new Linkin Park single and that whole thing they did. And then the internet, like anything else, once I like something, they have to go, well, actually, this person's a Scientologist. I'm like, man, I don't care about all religion sucks. Why is one religion better than the other? I'm trying to figure that one out.
Yeah.
I just fucking enjoy some music without everything being a goddamn fucking thing. You know what I mean?
Well, can't you enjoy anything without being a goddamn fucking thing? No.
Seriously.
Because apparently, but like, I mean, the thing about that is like, because everybody's like, well, now it's just because it's like the internet and like anything you've ever done. It's like, bro, I'm sorry. Like, I've been on the internet. I mean, I'm small fish and shit, but like, dude, you're not gonna find out. Find some like pictures of me at some like rally or something when I was in high school. I just was never like that. Not everyone is like that. Okay?
You were at the Blues Clues rally, and you know what I mean.
You know what I mean? Like, come the fuck on, dude. Like, no. But like, I love everybody who's like, you know, Scientology is so satan, like so evil, and like they protect fucking pedophiles and rapists and that. I'm like.
No, my favorite is when people in positions of political power or nuclear weapons tell me God told them something. I'm like, you're literally admitting voices in your head are talking to you, and you're in the position to nuke the planet, you know? So I don't want to turn you into one of those conversations, but I'm like, I'm going to enjoy my fucking music, and you people can, you know what I mean? Like, and I like how they type it from their phones that were mined from like 4-year-olds who were in lithium mines, you know, their whole life and shit. You know,
moral superiority.
I know.
Gotta love. I call it the age of outrage. You have to have something to be angry about these days.
Oh, I mean, I'm like, hey man, I got some music to look forward to this year. In this climate, is rarely is there an album I'm super excited about, unless Big Rec's supposed to be putting out another 6 tracks. They did last year. Like they put out half an EP, and I'm like, where's the other fucking half? And I don't know. So,
dude, I haven't followed anybody knows who they are in 20 years. So
they're my favorite band, like living. You know?
All of my favorite fucking bands I found whenever I was doing like music journalism, nobody's ever, like 3 people have heard of them, so I just email them when I want to know when they're gonna have new stuff out.
Yeah, how am I gonna do this? I may not be able to use tape.
That's always rough.
I may not use tape at all, actually. Well, I could tape the bottom and the side and the top, but I wanted a clean flush edge here, you know, but I don't think it's going to happen because I got it busting through the
Oh, yep. No, probably not.
What I can do is mask most of it and just hope that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or just paint over it if I'm off a little bit. I can, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it shouldn't be like super hard fix, you know.
Yeah.
At least it's only that sucks. It's only that one little section though.
I know. I'm just gonna ignore the taping. Like this is just gonna take too long for something that's not really gonna matter. So whatever. No tape. Problem solved there.
Decision made.
Look, this job is really about making decisions. Yeah.
Well, really, it is.
You got to make decisions and move on. Like that's it. But yeah, when the Batman came out, I was like listening to different covers of, you know, Nirvana and shit to kind of build my own soundtrack mix, you know, to kind of fill that whole Nirvana thing going on in the Batman, right? And I came across Dead Sarah's Heart-Shaped Box, you know, cover. So that's how I've been listening to her music for a couple years now. William asked, probably a newbie question, but do you ever show the process of creating a comic page from scratch? I don't think I have. I don't think there's a set way with me though, man. Like I do small digital thumbnails that get approved, and then I just draw it. So I've streamed the pages, but there's not much. I'm gonna tell you, William, learning from me is probably a bad idea. Nothing about anything I do makes much sense to working professionals. because I don't make my best art like I don't make my best art cranking stuff out. So it's like I'm always adjusting, even on the page. Like sometimes I give myself enough time so that I can go, well, I think it needs this or that, beyond my thumbnail. So I always tell people when it comes to comic book pages, man, like I would just say make a Z pattern or read left to right or up and down. That's it. Or a single page or double page spread. Like you could spend 20 years doing that,
So, like, weird question for you, Rob, and serious. There are like few guys that I can think of, but there are a few. And they like when you slap them up against deadlines, they actually give you better work because they have like way less time to overthink shit.
No, I don't.
Well, no, that's I was gonna say. I know you're not one of those guys. Like, can you think of any of those guys? I know who I have in mind, like in my head. Like, do you? Because there are those guys out there. It's fucking weird, but they work better like that. Like Toph. That man was designed for deadlines. He was an absolute monster.
I don't know, man. I really don't.
He's like whenever you look at Toth stuff, when he was given too long, it got too simplified usually. But his like deadline comic book work is absolutely incredible. I think that's a big obviously I'm not a comic book professional, blah 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 blah, but I think pacing is a big thing, and I mean that as far as pacing on the page and off the page too. So find out how you work best, because not everybody works best one way too. I guess would be my point. I was trying to make a point about illustrators who work better under deadlines, but
I don't know. I think a deadline can help like define a style, but my style is generally just it sucks. Like guys, I'm not that good. Like I can get there, but it takes a lot of effort. I've just decided to put in the effort.
Well, I think it's yeah, but I think it takes a lot of work for anybody who's like truly talented to get to that.
It takes me an inordinate amount of effort. I can do graphic design, t-shirts. I can do that easy. I could color pencil, not without thinking about it much. But when it comes to drawing, I can't. I have to go through a process, And there's several different processes I go through. Sometimes I have to do it by hand and then digital. Sometimes digital, then by hand. So it just depends on what I'm feeling. And I have to know that day very quickly, realize what mood I'm in, and then adjust.
So does it have more to do with like your mood and how you're feeling and just like dealing with stuff that certain day, or is it like usually mandated by like, what kind of subject matter? Like you're kind of like, oh, well, I need to approach this with traditional line work and then digitally rework it to get
however my brain is working that day, man.
Just however you're working.
And you got to know, like, oh shit, I'm doing this today,
Yeah.
Like, and I think, if this were like in the 70s, I just would not be I'd be doing something else, because there's no way I could compensate for it.
Like, you mean with comic books?
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, yeah, maybe, yeah. No, I think maybe you would have. I think maybe if this were the 70s, you would have gotten like opportunity a little bit earlier than this, maybe even probably be already honing your skills and stuff, like, because there was such a myriad of publishers, like maybe not for Marvel or DC, I guess, but like there was no such thing, dude. Like, and there were publishers, like I can really see you flourishing in a scene like the 70s European publishing scene, like next to guys like Mobius and Droulet and fucking, oh man,
Yeah, but I can't ink like any of them dudes. Like my inks are like chicken scratch, you know.
What are you talking, dude? Like, I mean, but that's kind of like Drew Lay's thing, and Sergio Topi, and like even guys like Alex Nino that like moved over here and stuff. Like that's all like
I've seen their art up close. I know what that looks like compared to my stuff. You know, like I'm not being harsh on myself. I'm just being honest. Like, you know, like
I don't know, man. I mean, I never play the like I'm a comic book historian card, Rob, but like
you do though, don't you? Didn't you get that?
Well, I don't ever play that. I try not to ever play that card. I just be like, oh, I know about this or I know about that. I don't ever try to be like, dude, look, I've read like probably 150,000 comics. I'm an obsessive guy. Like I don't just know what I like. I know what works in comic books. I can tell you that much. Now, I might not be able to tell you what's going to sell 1 million copies because I don't think anybody's fucking clairvoyant. But if you read comic books long enough, you know what works. You work, Rob. I mean, that's just like whether you want to admit that or you see that or not, that's fine. But for your information,
yeah, maybe if I had gone to like a better art college, you know,
what the
I would have had some kind of instruction.
What?
But
none of the most revered comic book art. Yeah, so agree to disagree with you, Rob.
Sienkiewicz, man.
No, I'm just saying, like none of the stuff that he learned to do in fine arts school is what he brought that got him into fucking Marvel, and it's not what got him popular. It was 20 years down the line when he started doing that stuff.
Like I said,
he came in as a straight up Neil Adams clone. He says that's how he got work. You look at any of his Hulk backup work, it's more than painfully evident.
What I need is us to live longer and healthier. Need that.
There we go. We all need Rob to live long and healthy. That just means more art. I'll take that.
Speaking of which, Miyazaki, there's a new Miyazaki documentary on him making Boy the Huron up on Max. It's the same crew that's following him. Yeah, it's up. It's the same crew that's been following him for 20 years. Like I think this guy that's been documenting since like Ponyo or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Like I think that guy. I was telling my buddy, I think that guy spent more time with Miyazaki than his own son. Like if you count, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he had like at least like yeah. If he probably Miyazaki, yes. Disturbingly, yeah. That would be my guess. Anybody that works that much and is that prolific, because that dude is just.
Hold on, we got some questions.
Oh, sorry.
Questions. No, it's fine. I have a hard time. I'm away from my. 1 second. I'm just going to have to move it over here, so I'm going to have to look to my right. Point says, Mr. Sketch, your commission is a set rate or is it time, size, color dependent? I really like the way you mix mediums and sketch looks from a stylistic. Not you unrefined. Drink your water and do your 100% drink your water and do yourself. I set it based on like my comfortability and like, you know, medium. So an all color pencil piece is going to cost quite a bit, but I think I kind of base it around $30 an hour, you know. So when I do, that's why I've been working on those scribbly sketches, because hey, I can, you know, spend an hour or two. If I could get it done, you know, like about an hour, you know, I wouldn't do that for 30, but you know what I mean? Like I think my minimum would be 60 on anything, but on the more expensive ones, I kind of lose a little. But I don't take a lot of super expensive ones anymore because people want such random stuff that I'd rather just pick my subject material on the ones that take longer. If that makes sense. And then the ones that are faster, I just try to find the right medium for what I think is doable with the market that's sort of available to me. Like I found most people like to spend between $60 to $150. You know, getting in the $200 to $300 to $400 range is a bit more of an ask for the average person. So, and then I've just sort of like worked on my end on giving somebody the bang for their buck, you know, for whatever. And sometimes I just go right out and just hook someone up if I like them, like Uncle Jerk here, right?
So, like, the way that me, like, I first ever got to know Rob is I, like, saw his stuff and, like, got obsessed about it. And, like, I reached out. I was like, hey, man, how much you know, think it would be for a commission? And he was like, well, I think it'd be about this much. And I was like, well, I'd really love an Uncle Jerk from you. He's like, well, what do you want? I was like, dude, dealer's choice, man. Like, you know, obviously. And I love telling this story because I actually choked up when I first got my piece from him. I was like, oh my God, this is my favorite shit ever. And if you want to see the piece I'm talking about, just a couple of days ago on the NDA podcast, when I was hanging out here, we did stream the entire process for that piece again. So you can go check that shit out. But it is just absolutely incredible. And I was like, well, I only have X amount of money to spend. So here's, you know, what I think I can pay you, Rob. He was like, okay. He took it. And that motherfucker turned around and signed up for my Patreon. Because that's just who Rob is. That was how I got to know Rob.
To be fair, you've been making these documentaries for a year or two, at least as far as I've been following them for a year or two, you know. I don't know how long you've been doing it, to be honest. Like, how long have you been doing the documentary?
5 years.
5 years?
Oh my God.
So I came in around 2020, right? Around there?
Yeah, right around there.
So, and when you hit me up, I'm like, oh, damn, that's fortuitous, you know? So I was happy to give it back, you know?
To say I was shocked when Rob messaged me back and was like, oh, I love the channel. That shit still fucks my head up. Like, why do you, man, you guys listen to me ramble for 10 hours about Sam?
Yeah, we do. 100%.
I love you guys. Thank you for making my life fucking possible. Because my wife ain't listening to that shit.
We appreciate you, but I sometimes pointing like I just want to work on something, right? And I don't know how it's going to turn out, or I want to like mess with pastel, or I want to mess with gesso and color pencil. I just go, hey, I'll charge less because I'm going to do something experimental, you know? So, and I figure fair trade because I have no idea how it's going to turn out.
That's always so fun and so scary.
Yeah. Like, this was just supposed to be a scribbly sketch during Comic-Con. A guy hit me up over, but I tried, but I was in this Airbnb, and every one of the lamps in the house was a warm tinted bulb, which I appreciate because I don't like fluorescent lights. I get headaches.
Yeah.
But I didn't think about I didn't think I was going to do any sketching in the house, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say, good luck drawing under that shit, though.
Yeah.
That's so, Headache City.
I didn't want to, I could have gone out to a hotel or something and done the work there, you know? Like in a lobby. That was always my backup, my go-to. Like, just go to a hotel like a Marriott Courtyard or something, Courtyard Marriott or whatever, and do the work in the lobby because they're always open. But I was just too tired to go anywhere. So I was like, I'll just do when I get home, man, if that's cool. Or you can have your money back. And he was like, no, it's all cool. And so then when I came back, I was like, it'd be fun to try this with the watercolor base or distress ink base. And then I did a test and I kind of liked the way it came out. So, but I've just been too busy, and I'm too busy now, but I'm like, I got to get this out of I feel like if I don't get this going, I won't, you know?
I hate
and that's not fair. Yeah, I could feel that. I could feel it coming. And Point says, I get that. Did you sell the Beetlejuice? Someone said they wanted to buy it, and I've made them a link in my store, and I told them it's good till Tuesday. So if they don't get back to me, send me a DM on Instagram or Facebook or something. And if they don't get back to me, I can send you the link. So, but I'm going to put it up Tuesday or Wednesday morning if they don't get back to me by Tuesday.
That shit is so sick, man.
It's already bagged up and ready to be shipped. So it came out all right. I mean, look, I would have done that's something I normally do on my own. Like I would do 12 sketches, full figure, little sketches, And I was like, you know what? I just want to kind of the only thing that's new is I'm adding the Posca ink pens. Before it would just be 3 or 4 color pencil scribbles, or like a ballpoint pen or something,
Oh yeah,
so that's about the only difference. But that being said, I mean, it's nice to have I still can't do caricature. The caricatures you got to do 15 minutes, 10 minutes, and I did those when I was 20 something. I go to I did parties and all that stuff. And it's you have to create sharp. I mean, I'm I can't, But an hour, can I get something fun in an hour? And if I can't, then we'll see me not do it,
I'm certainly looking forward to this week's episode. I will admit.
I'm going to hook you up with something. With that one, let me do what I'm going to do, but you'll see.
Dude, I always do what you do. I'm just saying, I just was saying it fucking was awesome. I was like, oh shit. I stay excited when I see that name. Okay. Two of my favorite things in the world.
Burlap. You know what? I left my water downstairs. Give me 3 minutes. I'm gonna go down there and grab my water.
I wish it took me 3 minutes to walk through my house.
I have a small house.
I'm giving you shit. I'm not. Rob lives in a castle compared to me. Now that he's gone, I'm taking over the show and we're telling the truth tonight. Exposing Rob. I don't know what we're going to expose. Hopefully nothing that'll get taken off of YouTube. I apologize. I can't see any of the chat or anything like that. So, not trying to ignore anybody or not talk. I hope everybody's day, night, work, not work is good. Today's the beginning of my weekend, so I'm in a good mood. Trying to think of something interesting and comic book related to talk about on the channel, but I'm at a loss.
Brandon just called. He's going to join in.
All
Let me
right.
send him. 1 second, Poing. I see you left a message. Give me a second. Mega Potato. He doesn't like to be called that anymore. He wants to be called the Mighty James. I know.
I still call
None of
one
it-
of my buddies fucking Shelves of Glory because that used to be his old username, and he changed it because he was like, I hated hearing you say that so much. So now every time I fucking see him, I'm like, Shelves of Glory!
He used to call himself Not Worth a Sketch. I'm like, you think that's really like enamoring people with you? Like,
Dude, I call myself Jerk Comic. Really? Do you think that's like, yeah, I should probably change my name, but I'm fucking far too entrenched in my own stupidity at this point. You know, like people in glass houses shouldn't throw bricks is all I'm saying.
at least you got a character to go with it, you know?
Truth.
Go. Send him the link. So Poing has this is probably a tricky question to answer off top, but for both of you, what do you all have the most fun with when creating these days? What gives you the feeling where you don't want to stop working on something?
I think that changes piece to piece, day to day.
My original comics, I can say right now. Like coming up with the layouts. You guys have never seen this stuff, but I think I've shown some of it to you. I showed you some stuff recently.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm never that free. Like I just get obsessive and like locked into details way too easy, so I miss sketching like that. Quit doing that a long time ago.
Right. Yeah, it just there's a type of layout I've kind of like found for myself that I haven't shown off yet. You know, I don't know how to describe it, but I don't know if I'll be financially successful at it. You know, could be people are like, this shit is stupid. That's a possibility.
Nah, I don't know. Well, I mean, that's always a possibility. I don't know about being like hugely monetarily successful just in comics in general is such a crapshoot these days. It's weird. It's almost strange the stuff that takes off half of the time. So I don't know. Because there's so much good stuff out there. It's just strange what I see getting hyped and taken seriously.
Yeah, I think anything I do is a little too weird for mainstream. They're just looking for more of the same. They say they aren't. They're like, no, man, we want. No, you don't.
No, they don't.
They don't. And I know because I'm always getting like, when are you going to do metal prints? And when are you going to have hollow foil? And when are you going to have CGC? Like, that's your game, guys. You know? That's your game. That's not my game.
Yeah, I don't understand that whole speculators collector section of them. I mean, I guess technically I understand it. Like I worked in a shop long enough, I get it, but I fucking just like
some people are very good at it. I mean, Shelby's excellent at it. You know what I mean? Like I just have no interest. I'm like, I'd rather spend my time making a color pencil sketch cover than spending any of my time marketing and printing up 700 metal prints to move at Tucson Con or Toronto Con or, you know, Orlando Con. And then like, it's just not, you know.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like I understand it. I just don't, I can't I don't understand choosing to exist like that. Like, okay, I guess I'd rather just make more shit and be less monetarily successful. I'm a fucking idiot, so what do I know? That's why I spend
I
like
think there's a
3
way
years on
you
my
can do
docs
it.
and shit.
I do
Yeah,
think
what?
there's a way you can do it, but at the same time, I'm just like, you got to figure out like what motivates you, you know, and just get good at that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That shit is not what motivates me anymore. Like, I don't get the collectors in the shit anymore. I remember living through all that in the 90s and just being so glad when I thought that shit was done. When that huge bubble burst, and I was like, everybody had to have learned their lesson. Never mind.
Yeah, it just feels to me like CGC is the new Wizard magazine.
I can, in a lot of respects, I agree with that. Like, there's stuff that I don't mind about CGC, like for fucking like autographs and stuff. Like, it sucks. There's so many fucking assholes out there that, you know, are doing forgeries and shit. Like, I can see the point if you're paying for an expensive comic, you know, one of those old, golden age shit, silver age stuff. Like, okay, whatever. I guess there's a place for it, but I just can't. Like, all this modern garbage, it's getting fucking graded, and like people are just convinced they're gonna be sending their kids to college on this shit. Like, guys, I saw this all before. How many of those books that Wizard told you were worth the fucking cover price of that comic or that magazine, or are you selling back to the comic shop for that shit now? Not many.
Yeah, I believe in real physical art, but even then, the price is in the buyer. You know, like it's whoever's willing to pay for it.
I mean, I can't say anything because I also don't understand all of the like exclusive covers. Like, a lot of the guys that I love most as artists, a lot of those guys hardly even do shit for fucking cover, like actual cover work for, say, like Marvel or DC. They just do exclusive covers now. Like, okay, fucking $40 a cover, you know, $20-$40 for a $5 comic. Like, Jesus.
Tell Oblivion says, I adore weirdness and weird ideas. Yeah, I'm with you.
Max is my favorite comic of all time, so I feel that statement.
Yeah, I'm always like torn between which do I like more, the comic or the cartoon. You know, like I definitely like the comic, but at the same time, I love the cartoon.
Cartoon's better.
Yeah. It just feels like a second pass. I don't know, you know.
Well, but I say that as maybe one of the biggest Max fans on the planet. The cartoon is better. It has all the benefits of the comic, and then the addition of like other guys that were able to work with William Mesner Loeb's ideas to like even further refine them. And at no point does that show ever try to like pander or turn him into a fucking cape and cowl superhero or anything like that. It is a perfect aesthetic and visual adaptation, but you get closure in that series in ways that you don't ever get them in the comic book. I had a guy fucking ask me for a Max commission, right? Bam. It's like he wanted Dave's Outback. And I was like, man, I don't even really know how to visually represent that. And then I was like, oh yeah, you saw that in the comic. And they took all of that stuff. And for anybody who doesn't know, like they Greg Vanzo and those guys, they were buddies with Sam, right? So like anytime they had a question about how anything should look, they would go to Sam and they would get into his sketchbooks. And like you got stuff like the scene where it's transitioning between the city and the outback, and then the outback and the city, and it's like the outback counterparts and city counterparts. It's the long cityscape that they pan along. That was directly scanned out of one of Sam's sketchbooks, and that's exclusively for the cartoon. It was never used in the comic book. Like that shit was just that cartoon was on another level, dude.
Yeah, I mean they recreated the panels from the comics, the shadows, including live action, like with the silhouettes. You know, like
they scanned stuff as much as possible because Sam gave them access. He never sold any original art for the Max, and his only request to the dudes that worked on this series that got pages was like, don't sell the art. Like, don't sell it right away. You can't get rid of it right away. I'll give you this or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So they had access to basically any panels they wanted. They would have like, it was awesome, like hearing like about the Korean animators who worked on that show because they were obsessed. They would spend like the scene in the park where Julie and Max are walking and they're talking about Indecent Proposal. Like that scene took 4.5 months to animate because that shit was just groundbreaking, cutting edge shit. That cartoon is stellar. That's why I don't understand anybody who's excited about a live action Max.
no, I would never want a live. I don't, man. I only really care for high end animation when it comes to comics.
Well, yeah, just period high end animation, but yeah. Cheap shitty animation is just as bad as like cheap shitty movies. Like fuck this. Got better stuff to do with my time.
Hey, what's up, Brandon?
Hey, 1 second. Let me get my. There it is.
You'll work it out. Brandon.
I got it. Oh shit, Gunslinger.
Yeah, I'm just doing a light base with the distress ink before I do the acrylic colors and black ink lines and all that shit.
Is this a commission or is this for just doing it?
It was a commission. I didn't intend to sell this. Like initially, it's just the guy bought that. It's the guy who bought the Scribbly commission when I was at Comic-Con, and I just couldn't do it because room. You know? Remember when I was doing those warm-ups?
Yeah.
And he was like, I think Royce bought those. And so,
of course he did.
I know. I always tell Royce, you gotta stop spending money on me, man.
I think Royce has definitely got me beat on the amount of money spent on you.
I gotta hit up Royce. I haven't talked to him in like a month or two.
I'm just doing like light watercolor coverage, you know, with this. It'll add a base versus doing like marker or just straight color pencil. I wanted to see how well this would work with the distress ink. William said they just came across some Max comics in his local comic shop a few weeks ago. I started rereading when I had the first dozen issues and I loved it. Yeah, I still prefer the original printing because of the colors. I prefer the original Steve Olive colors.
You're a bit of a purist.
No, okay, look, dude. That has nothing to do with purist, dude. The Rhonda Pattison destroyed the Max. I don't care what anyone says. Those colors look like crap from across the room. They look amateurish at best. And I don't understand why you would do that when Steve fucking Olaf is the guy that like originally did. That is like beyond puzzling to me.
Brandon was like, I was just talking shit.
Oh yeah, I was. I was waiting for him to finish. I was like, man, I was just fucking around. Like I got no skin in the game on that one.
Oh yeah, I'm a Max freak, man. Like
yeah, I got that. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing at all. I was like,
well,
damn,
you're talking about Ron Patterson colors, because then everything's wrong with them. That was just a weird time, man. Like I've yet to really understand what was going on.
Just remove all the color and make the comics brown. Real smart.
Yeah. He worked with Richard Eisenov, and like after they did that, Eisenov did the legs, and then he did Wolverine Hulk, and like.
But there was color in that. That's why I liked Eisenov's work. Like,
well, no, I'm not. If you look at the pages that Sam got really obsessed with, it's his treatments of like his paintings, and like he said, is because of his like limited muted color palette, and that got him really excited for that, which is how he ended up tracking down Rhonda Pattison.
Oh no.
And like I actually like don't mind her work outside of the Max. She's not a bad colorist, but I think it was what Sam was asking for, and I don't understand.
Hey, who colored Batman Year One? What was her name?
Was that Year One? Was that
Can't remember her name. But she also colored Sienkiewicz's Shadow, and it's horrible. You know? So it's like sometimes it's just not the right fit, or the direction that's being given isn't.
A lot of times. Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, because that's the same thing for like acting. Like a lot of guys that people think are bad actors, I'm like, dude, that's the fucking director telling them to do stuff. I'm sorry, but that's just how shit works. Yeah, absolutely, man. Bad communication. That's why I said I'm a fan of her work outside of it. And I don't mean it as a slight on Rhonda Pattison, because I always get like vehemently like rah, 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 fucking fired up. And like in retrospect, when I look back at that stuff, I'm always like, man, that sounds like I'm just ragging on Rhonda Pattison. And that's like not the case. I think she did a very good job at exactly what she was told to do. But I think what she was told to do was basically make the comics look like muddied shit. So I'm not like I don't know where fucking Sam's head was at, man.
Well, if he had all the original files, it should have been at "Don't recolor the work."
Well, they did have. I mean, they scanned all the original pages from the original art. They had everything up to issue 11. Every single piece of original art. Like, I think there was maybe half a dozen pages across 35 issues that they couldn't find. So, and Steve Olaf still had a shit ton of the original color guides. He was showing off a bunch of the covers at that exhibition he had not too long ago. Because there's still some of the most impressive work he's ever done, in my opinion.
Right.
Which is crazy considering that guy did Akira and like came up with digital coloring.
Yep.
The kids nowadays, Rob, they don't understand why Steve's important.
The only thing I would have accepted was if Sam had recolored them himself in mixed media and used those guides.
like
as a
painted
basis,
them himself and shit.
right? Following the same original color schemes.
I would have been down with that. It would have taken 45 years for us to see an issue, but yeah, I would have been down with that.
Yeah. I mean, the original covers that he did for this stuff were nice, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was the big upside to the IDW maximized stuff. Is if you look, the issues do have 2 covers, which is like a remastered version of the original cover, which is like usually just a shot from the original art, so it looks the reproduction is just night and day comparatively to fucking 1993 to like 2015, and then like he did a new cover for each issue. And some of those new covers were really, really good. They were.
Yeah, but the paper was better in the 90s.
Way fucking better. Way better. And the coloring on the series was better. Steve Olaf's work is just superior. It just is. It's not nostalgia. It's not. No, like I can tell you as a guy who's spent the last 10 years turning people onto that series, that they will consistently come back to me and be like, wow, I never thought I didn't feel like I'd ever read the Max until I read the Steve Olaf version. And that's what that series is supposed to look like. That's how it's supposed to feel.
The colors were good enough for the cartoon, right?
Yeah, man, those weird Technicolor dreamscapes and stuff, that does not work in those muddy dulcet tones and stuff. It's boring, and it doesn't help, and it doesn't convey the like surrealistic nature of the Max appropriately. I can use big words and wax.
You should get for talking shit, Brandon.
Oh, I'm letting you guys, rant on something I don't have enough knowledge on to even step in the ring. So I'm just chilling. I'm just working on some art. I'm just listening like everybody else. And then if there's something I can chime in on, I'll chime in. And if not, I'll just keep quiet and listen to you guys preach.
Quiet right now. Open your big fat potato now. What you working on tonight, dude?
So I just wanted to do, again, I hate this, but I'm doing some sketch cards.
Going back to the getting paid. Huh? $25 a card? Is it this time?
It's not much.
Less than $25 a card?
Yeah. Yeah.
So why don't you just do your own cards and sell them for $25 online?
Well, because here's the thing. I was just wanting to like do something that is quote published right now, whatever you want to call it, in between my sketch cover commission. So Andy was bugging me, friend of the podcast, Andy Bond, Elvatron. He was just like, hey, why don't you hop on these 90s cards? You like 90s stuff a lot. Why don't you hop on? I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, I like a lot of stuff from 90s. Dope. And so I'm just doing the cards, and it's nothing I'm going to post or be like, hey, look at this. It's just gets me back in the rhythm of just doing some commission work, line, just stuff. Shit, what color is Andy's? Oh, okay. There we go.
You working on Sonic? In the 90s.
Fuck no. Oh, never again. Never again. That would be the first and last time I ever will draw.
Brandon was on an airplane drawing, and some little kid asked him for Sonic, and then Brandon got cold hands or whatever you want to call it. Like he brain farted and flustered and then failed in front of this little kid.
I mean, the kid still liked it, but I knew it was bad.
Yeah, sure. I told you I'd done caricatures at birthday parties. It's like I know when you let a little kid down. See the look.
Didn't matter to me, but yeah, the Sonic's body makes no sense. He's like a potato with skinny arms, and then he's got this crazy hair, and then he's got this weird shaped one eye, and it just threw me for a little loop there. I was like, man, I've never drawn Sonic. All right. And then I was like, oh man, I really should not be drawing Sonic ever again, apparently.
Hey, you just got to practice on your gesturals and your shapes, man.
Heck yeah.
Which you're not doing tonight. You're working on published cards.
Well, I did gesturals to sketch them out. I did
You did a gestural. Very
mock drawings.
Very impressive.
Oh, now I know why you let me on. I got it.
What?
You're so mean to me.
I want to see you succeed, Brandon. I want to see you succeed. Nobody wants to see you succeed more than me. I want you to succeed more than your own mom.
She don't care. That's not
why
much.
I said it's not a low bar, but I certainly want that to happen for you. I don't want you to struggle drawing Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. That was a tough one. It should, you know what? It shouldn't have been a tough one. That's the problem. It should not have been a tough one. That's my own fault for not being prepared for the moment.
You ever get rando advice when you were a kid, Rowan, from people telling you how to draw, like older people? Like, well, a real artist would do this.
I had one teacher that told me that. And I was in high school, and she's like, I don't understand why you spend 9 or 10 hours building up all of this contrast when you could just go dark from the beginning. You need to stop being afraid of your art and push the contrast. She was she should have just put you on watercolor. But she was like some 24-year-old fucking college
That's
student.
because they start with opaque painting, and it's easier to start dark and then build up lights. But you probably should have moved to wet media where you do the opposite, you know?
I just liked working that way. I told her
that's what I was saying. Like, you would have found it to be, more.
Well, yeah, but we had to do. It was like in high school where we had to do graphite, and I was like, okay, well, I enjoy sitting and like building up the values as opposed to just hammering them in. I'm sorry, I like tortillons and fucking blending sticks and.
Well, that's how they were teaching at the time, and it was like you take something, you grit it out, you put in the biggest blacks first, and the biggest whites to do a positive and negative, and then you sort of put in the middle.
Yep.
And all that shit's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. So
and I literally told her, I was like, I literally lived in a van growing up, and my mom paid for me to have an art tutor for a year and a half. And everything you're saying is stupid as shit. And I was like, you will shut the fuck up and let me draw in your class. And that was the last person that I think I let me give dumbass advice to me as a fucking kid. Because I was like, I literally don't care what you have to say.
At least she was an art teacher, That's not her fault.
She wanted to be an art teacher. She was an artist, but she wasn't an art teacher. If that makes sense. I was talking like I would go to family gatherings. Usually, I didn't really have much family, but my stepmother did, Oh,
and
God,
they'd be the
family?
Ones, they'd be the ones always like, I'd be drawing, and then you get some cat in their 60s or 70s telling a real artist would be able to draw anything without looking. And I was like, oh man, really?
No, I got really lucky with that one. Apparently, my uncle had been a really good cartoon. I never knew him, but apparently he was like a really good cartoonist. So whenever my family would see me draw, they would just encourage me. And on both sides of my family, I did get really lucky with that. Nobody ever did anything but man, that's cool.
Must be nice to have family support. Brag about it.
Is this gonna turn into a pity party, Brandon?
Oh yeah, well the mom that supported
though.
me, the mom that supported me is the reason I can't grow hair on this section of my head because she.
Brandon, I really wish Brandon you wouldn't do that. You're gonna set him off.
Crack my skull open with a Christmas tree.
See, this is not the cast we want, guys.
Come on, man. Let's rock and roll. Hey, you want to talk family trauma?
See, Brandon, I told you, Brandon, you'd be trouble.
I am not. I am a sweetheart. Not an agent of chaos.
When's the next time you go into a Cardinals game, Brandon?
I was actually supposed to go on the 15th. I bought tickets, and of course, work changed my schedule. So now I'm going on the 22nd.
I told you, Brandon's work schedule can't be trusted. See, Roman? That's why I was like,
You did
can't
say
be
it.
trusted.
No, it really can't be. Like, I literally, like, they at least this time they threw in a bonus. They're like, hey, we'll give you an extra, like, $700 if you work that extra day. And I was like, all right, cool. Because I was like,
Yeah, and I can't tell them to not take the money. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be, I'm not going to do that. It's like, you need the money. But at the same time, they just can't be trusted,
Right.
And you're not really in a position to turn down the cash right now. So it is what it is.
Yeah, see, I'm lucky. That's my wife. She makes all the money. I'm just the dipshit that works at Arby's. So I'm the one
Brandon,
that gets to be like, I'm not coming in today.
Don't say it, Brandon. Don't even jump in on that. Let's not go there. But did you see, Roman, did you see the Batman? It's not Batman Ninja. There was like this Kung Fu Batman short from like 2014, 2015, where it was drawn almost like I don't know how you describe it. Not like the flat paintings, but it had like a flatter art style, but it was like super Kung Fu world.
No.
Yeah, it's super dope. And I was like, I always wanted them to do more with that. It was probably the most unique version. What was that called, Brandon?
I'll find it. I know what you're talking about. It's where Batman turns to bats, Catwoman has that sleek look, Bane is all fucking dope looking.
Batman literally turns into bats. Like he folds into a bat and then like Spawn and turns into a bunch of bats and shit. It's pretty cool.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It was because they were doing the like letting other animators do some stuff with little shorts.
Oh, is
I'll
it
find
part
it.
of the Cartoon Network animated shorts shit?
Yeah, like remember when Aardman did like the clay stuff? I thought that was dope.
Oh, dude, do you remember the Bruce Timm short that he did for the Batman 75th anniversary? Where Batman,
I thought that's what Cape Crusader was gonna look like.
I know, that's why I was so. Everybody's like, I don't understand why you're so upset about Cape Crusader. It is not that bad of a show. And then I show them that short, and they're like, God, that show's fucking terrible. Like, yes, it fucking is.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like that short,
Like, this is what we should have gotten, and this is what we got.
It was the Batman of Shanghai.
The Batman of Shanghai.
Yeah, you're gonna like that one.
Where is my phone? If I don't find this shit now, I will forget about it.
It's on YouTube. It's just like 4.5 minutes long, but Catwoman had this dope like white and red outfit. Batman turns to bats.
Okay. That shit looks crazy. Oh, okay. I see what you're talking about with the flat animated style, too.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really interesting looking.
Right?
Nice use of blur. I'm just going to do a reaction video like a jackass now. Yeah, here, let me say this to my watch later video.
Do it.
Gunslinger Bane. That shit's killing me, dude. It's like, wait, what? God, you would kill something like this, Rob.
Yeah, and they've never done anything with it since,
That's interesting how they did it in sections too, because I was wondering how they got away with a 4-minute short. Bruce Timm basically only got that shit because he's Batman God.
So when I say like I want to see more, there's way more they could be doing with animation. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about, you know?
This isn't even like high super budget shit. This is
No.
just like
smartly made.
yeah, dude. I mean, this
It's
looks
just creative.
like yeah, it just is well done.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is just cool.
It's like the Donnie versus Raph short is just well done, you know?
Dude, that Yonan Vasquez fucking TMNT short was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Why can't we get a series of this?
Hey, what's up, D Graves? Just doing a base here before I do all the scribblies. Trying to build up some color interest because it's going to get, you know, the lines and the deets and all that stuff. What's up, Mario? Peel paint. That's what I want. Good old peel paint.
Oh.
Nah. There we go. It's a full house.
Yeah.
You know me. Can't keep me away, Mario. I got to be somewhere talking crap. Do my Rob thing, hydrate here.
Tomorrow around 10, 11 my time, Rob, I'll get those pencils all typed out for you. I got them on the notes on my computer, but I'll get them typed out and sent to you.
Yeah, I want to get that posted Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll have it for you for sure. Not a problem.
Unless his hours change.
Right. No, that's something I can do in between while I'm at work.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh no, I like it. No, I like it. I'm not opposed to it at all. I mean, that is a possibility. You say that, and it really is. It really is. That's the worst part.
get into Tiger King at all when it aired? Like, did you get into Tiger King? Did it hit you on the pandemic shit like it hit most people?
Me, it did.
I got into
Never
that
watched.
shit. Have you been watching Chimp Lady?
No, the only reason I watched the Tiger King is because I happened to be getting a very long tattoo at the time, and the guy's like, "You guys like, what do you want to put on that we could just be numb to for like 6 hours?" And I was like, "You choose, man." So he just put on Tiger King on Netflix, and we were just had that on in the background, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, that would be
That
an
stuff was
interesting one to
wild.
get a tattoo too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't watch much reality TV. I don't watch any reality TV show. There's only been one show I watched, and that's because my girlfriend watches Love Island UK, and so I watched that with her, which was fine. It wasn't like it was fine.
I can't do reality TV, but like those documentary television shows every once in a while get me. And I do have to admit, like, I didn't know how the hell you were ever going to follow up Tiger King. I was like, yeah, you know,
Right?
we'll see whatever this guy gets up to now. And like, this show's fucking batshit insane. Like, yeah, okay, well, this is how you do it.
Yeah.
You know, when someone walks up with that super orange over tan thing, you're in for trouble. You know,
Dude, as
No
soon as
great
I saw
scholar.
that lady, I was like, well, this show's going to be interesting.
no great scholar ever had the mob guy tan. You know,
Truth be unto this. Make my tan great again, Rob.
you ever wonder like if Albert Einstein had found tanning beds? You know, you just walked. You know, he's got the track. He started wearing like tracksuit Adidas. You know,
That would just add to his coolness.
I can't graduate school, but I've got this bitchin' tan. Look at it. Is it not amazing?
Holy shit! It was like he was in the room with us right now. I won't even try to do an accent. I've done it before. Rob's made me, and it hasn't turned out good.
We used to have this straight off the boat. She was so German, and it was impossible for anybody that we worked with to understand anything she said. Just absolutely impossible. And everybody loved to make fun of the way she talked. And I was the only one who apparently in the store who was allowed to talk like this because it reminded her of home so
loud.
much. It's like, what?
Oh
Like,
wow.
this kid yells at everybody. She loves it when you do that. Okay. Of course, now I'm forbidden from doing accents at work because it's fucking offensive.
All I could think of when you were doing it was was it Professor Klaus from Hellboy 2? The gas guy. Wait, that was Seth MacFarlane
right?
that did the voice?
Yeah. Seth
No,
MacFarlane.
really?
Yeah.
Did not know that. I mean, good for him.
Learn something new every day, Brandon.
All right.
See, Roman, if you worked at Wiener Schnitzel, then you can do the accent. No one can, right?
They
You
could
just work
not
at the wrong
stop
place.
me, Rob. It would be all day.
Well, it's a big chili cheese fries now. You know, it'd be great if like. Does Wiener Schnitzel do Oktoberfest? You think they would? You know?
You'd think they would, but I don't know. Been a long time since I thought about Wiener Schnitzel.
My dad's second favorite place to eat.
Like my fucking half my family's German, so I can't. I no sausages, never again, nothing. No. Scarred from family reunions growing up. Thank you. Smell sauerkraut every day at work, and I just want to like vomit.
Love sauerkraut.
Ugh. Sick man.
Changes your gut biome, man. Eventually, you'll start craving it.
I like
Your body will want
cabbage.
it. That's what sauerkraut is.
I know. I like cabbage. I can't do sauerkraut.
If you shove it down your throat for about 2 weeks, eventually you'll start craving it. It changes.
Whoa.
It's true.
I believe you, but I don't know how much I want to be like addicted to sauerkraut.
For your gut.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I appreciate your commitment to it, Rob, but I don't think I could.
They didn't need probiotic drinks back in the day. They just ate that shit.
Oh yeah. I eat probiotic. I do a lot of like yogurts and shit. I fucked up my guts wicked a few years back, so. It's like the smell that's so off-putting to me for sauerkraut. I can't do it, man.
It was for me until I forced myself to, and then eventually you come to love it. It's true. My wife hated it too, so I just sneak it into the salad. Adds that umami. When I make salad twice a week. So I just finally chop it up and mix it in.
Does she know this now?
Huh? No.
No.
She needs
Right.
She needs good gut health.
Does she know it? No. Do I drug my wife with fucking sauerkraut? Yes. I mean, she's addicted. Doesn't even know it now, all right? That's all I'm saying.
Her
Let her
dietitian
try to stop
can't
eating the salad.
say that much. No, much better on the gut biome. Yeah, I know. I wonder how that worked out. It's no different than a Caesar salad. It just has tang to it.
I might be able to do it if it was like distilled like that. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you just chop it really fine, and then when you get your greens, you just mix it through really, and that's it. It just adds no different than a Caesar salad dressing, which is just anchovies. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, so just adds tang.
I was gonna say I'm not an anchovies guy either, but
Same.
I've always wondered how much of that was like when I grew up in the 80s where everyone was like, ew, anchovies. Like, do I really hate anchovies as much as I think, or is it just my fucking brain messing with me?
They're just salty, you know? Like, I've had it. It just makes the pizza more salty. I don't think you get any difference than putting on a good pecorino cheese, honestly. You know?
Fair dude.
Which is like a saltier parm.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really... There are some... When you convert the anchovies to some kind of dressing, you're getting the fermentation. Once you cook it, you've lost any real benefit. So you need the fermentation to get the benefit. So it really all comes from, was it garum or whatever? It was like this like rotted fish fermented stuff from the Roman days.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all like offshoots of that kind of stuff, but it's definitely healthy for you. Other than that, it's just taste. I mean, like you know, it doesn't really. You need it for things like fish sauce and stuff like that, but you don't really need. This doesn't really hold.
I came here for art, not talk about food.
What else am I supposed to do while I'm painting?
You'll never be able to shake that inner fat kid, Rob. You always want to talk about food.
I'm the emptiness machine. You got an empty stomach.
Fucking making me all hungry.
All right, that needs to dry. Let that dry for a little bit. I don't have a good place to sit down. I'll sit down. I might need those. I don't think so. We'll see.
Man, looking nice, dude.
It's looking blah, 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 no control, but we'll add that in. You know, it's just coverage and adding texture and color variety. You know what I mean?
I was gonna say I like that background though.
Oh yeah, the green.
Yeah, I'm big on green. It looks cool to me, man.
Hey, why don't you marry it?
Oh, maybe I will, Rob. You know how
Maybe
much I
you
love
will.
Spawn.
You know who Tim Pool is?
Yeah.
He got busted for working for the Russians, you know. Someone said, because he wears a beanie, someone on Threads was like, hey, we took that beanie off and they put a picture of Cabbage Head from Kids in the Hall. I was like, Roman will appreciate that one.
Dude. I just love when people remember that show.
Yeah.
Like, thank God.
Brandon doesn't know what Mr. Cabbage is.
Nope.
Nope.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was just tracking down like more of my syphil and all this shit earlier on the hard drive.
Oh, nice.
Getting it all fucking compiled down because I thought I had everything on one hard drive. Obviously, I did not. Found my fourth little stash. And I'm like, man, how many versions of this show did I have? Did they do?
Right.
I edited it so many damn times. Fuck.
Give me a sec. I gotta wash my hands. You guys talk.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So, how about that? No, I'm just kidding. What are you working on right now?
I got some like roughs for this commission that I'm working on. I'm doing a Something is Killing the Children was earlier, and now I'm doing this Spider-Man commission.
Was that on the sketch cover? The Something is Killing the Children?
No, I didn't do a sketch cover. I can't work on those sketch covers, man.
Oh, so they just wanted to commission like from that book though, a character from that book.
Yeah, they wanted an Erica Slaughter.
Is that the main chick with the like bandana over her mouth?
Bandana, yeah.
That's dope. I got a sketch cover of that book. I just haven't messed with it yet. I have a bad habit of buying sketch covers, even though I don't do as many as I should. So I just have like so many of these things.
I need to start doing more, man. Like, I've had people ask about them or whatever, but I legit, like, I hate the fucking cover stock, and I don't ever have any, and I don't go to the comic shop, so I never have access to any. So I'm just like, let me just draw it on a 9x12 piece of paper so you can put it on the wall.
Right.
Come
Yeah,
on, man.
a lot of those sketch covers, I'll take out of the bags and I'll just feel them. I'll check the texture of the paper, and then I'll also like if it has an inside ad, so it's not transparent, I won't get it because what I like to do is I like to sketch mine digitally, print it out, and then I'll light box it onto the sketch cover so I don't lose.
Yeah.
So instead of just free ball, because otherwise I'm not like Rob. I can just free ball the most perfect sketch ever.
Fucking no.
It's annoying. You know, fuck that guy.
Dude, thank God I'm not the only one who was like strangling Rob sometimes. And he's like, dude, I have to struggle so hard for the process, man. And like, I don't know if he's going to watch this back later where we shit talking him. He's like, I've just been so long to get to that good place. And I'm like, dude, I have like 60 hours into some of my pieces. And they look like ass compared to your stuff, Rob. Like, bro, like.
Screw you, Rob.
Well, he does. He has to fight to get there, but I'm like, you got the fucking innate talent, man. Like, I got like shaky ass hands, and my lines suck. And
Just paint bigger. You're painting too small. If paint bigger, then all that shaky stuff will just mean you're a fine artist.
I'm at 12 by 18. I really don't want to.
No. I'm talking like 8 feet wide.
Yeah. See, like I can't. Good luck moving that stuff.
Right.
You just gotta make friends with a local coffee shop.
I don't make friends with anyone. Have you seen my username?
Translate Uncle Jerk to French, and then give them that on your business card. You know. You know.
Le oncle Jerk.
Je. Entends son front est Jacques. Jacques? Okay. Uncle Jacques. Uncle Jacques.
You any relation to that Batman drawn guy? Yes. Yes, I am. So I was like looking around online today, and I almost sent you those Spawn comics we were talking about, dude. I was like looking at the fucking Tony Daniels Spawn books, and I was like, that would be the greatest fucking prank ever. Just send those.
They'll go right into the donations bin. You know?
That's why I didn't do it, because I was like, it's not worth the $20 because I won't get to laugh at his reaction.
Right down the comic book shop and leave them there. You know? Like walk right out.
I just wanted to see the look on your face, like, oh, what did I get? You son of a bitch.
All right. Let's see.
What's the what color distressing did you use for the background for that like greenish
Peel paint.
kind of color? What is it?
Peeled paint. Peeled paint.
Oh,
That's it. One color. Just more water, less water.
I dig it.
And it has color fluctuation in there. It creates these like weird spots and stuff. Because they oxidize or whatever, they have some weird. That's why I like when the instructions, they create fluctuation in the thing, you know. If you want non-perfect, what have you, it's the way to go.
You can get some really nice control out of them, though, man. Just feels like super organic.
Where's my Sharpie? Where is my Sharpie?
Everybody get to the Sharpie.
I know, right? It's weird. Oh, it's right there. Done. All right. I see. Trying to remember what I did. So I'm gonna put my little test piece. Kind of, and then I'll stop. Eventually, I'll just stop looking at it. But let's see how this goes.
Let's get dangerous.
Yeah. You'd be like, I liked it better when it was a sketch. Like, yeah, me too. We'll check it. I throw stuff away, right, Brandon?
You what?
I throw stuff away if it ain't working. Start all over.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've seen you do so many versions of stuff, man. I'm like, holy shit. No wonder your stuff always looks so bitchin'.
Oh, you're too kind. Yeah, I remember like I did like 3 versions of one piece once, and the guy who bought one of them was like, I thought I was getting an exclusive. I'm like, you are. That's the only one that looks just like that. They're all different.
Yeah, right. Like,
You bought the art. I don't know. You bought the printing rights. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say it sucks when you have to explain that to people, but you're like, dude, it's not like you can print this. It's not a, you can't do a print or a shirt or something. Like you're not buying the printing rights.
he was like a dude who worked at Nickelodeon too. It wasn't like a nobody, you know?
Oh, that's fucking weird. Whiny.
I was like, hire me, I'll make you some shit exclusive.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, like I missed the part of this where you even commissioned this shit. What?
I know. What are you doing, Brandon?
It just sounds loud to you. It's not loud.
Oh, great, but we all have to hear it. Like,
Well, there's nothing I can do about it. All I did was I opened up my marker bin to get out some pens. That's it.
Jesus Christ, man. Can you mute your mic when you do that?
No, because I like that it annoys you.
Is your marker bin like Uncle Scrooge's fucking gold bin? That was massive, bro.
Yeah, I buy a lot of supplies I don't use. That is,
Yes, in fact, it is. Thank you.
I am a true artist. I have a vault of art supplies that I never use.
I can't say anything. There's a goddamn closet of shit beside
Right.
me. I'll just politely bow out of this one and stop picking.
Right. I wanted to get out some of my inking pens that I got from Japan. I wanted to test them out on these cards.
Great, but I don't think they can hear you in Japan, Brandon. That's the problem.
I'm sorry, what?
Right.
I actually don't have a job. I just try to find ways to not get on the cast. That's all it is. I'm actually jobless at the moment, if anybody has anything.
$7-Eleven's always hiring, Brandon.
I'd
And
only
they
work
say,
at 7.
statistically speaking, someone drives their car through a 7-Eleven every day. It's got 91 million in damages I read today in 7-Eleven. Cars just driving right through them.
I'd only work at a 7-Eleven if it was in Japan. That's it. Here, not so much. So I'm saving myself for that.
That moment when 7-Eleven finally breaks down and makes the call. We need him.
Yes.
Call him up.
Bring him in here. We need the specialist.
We need the fixer. They were like trying to talk me into taking over a store at work the other day. They were like, but you would be such a good general manager, blah, 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 blah. And literally, it's like this lady who owns a good quarter of the fucking stores around us. And I was literally laughing in her face. My boss was like, please stop. It's like, this is ludicrous. Why? Just tell Laura to shut up. No. I would
tell you to
never.
go for $100,000.
I would never manage one of your stores, ever. Ever. Let me explain the reasons why. Get him the fuck out of the store. Yes, that's what I thought. Gotta go home at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
You're gonna get paid $100,000.
70 grand, and it is not worth it.
30 more. 8 weeks off the year.
Dude, it's there's no way in hell you could pay me to run one of those stores. No way. I love how people are
me and
like,
you are different. I could do a lot of things for money.
oh,
I'm easily persuaded.
hey, my friend, you want to fucking...
Brandon's drawing sketch cards for virtually no money.
Dude, when you were like, is it less than $25? And he was like, well, yeah. I was like, oh my God. Jeez, dude. Go make shoes for fucking Nike in China. You poor bastard. No one should draw for that.
I'm a glutton for the punishment.
Obviously. Fucking for the love of the game over here, folks.
Exactly.
I don't know how the fuck I'm so blessed, though. Like, my art has quite legitimately saved my ass over the last 2 years. And I quit drawing for 5 fucking years until a couple of guys talked me into drawing again. So
Right.
I try not to even talk because I don't know how the hell I'm so lucky. I am a talentless monkey. I realized like the other day though I am getting like older, like just mentally, because like I saw like somebody that was like posting up some really nice shit, and I didn't even remember, it was whatever Facebook group, and they had never done commissions before, and they were like, I was thinking like, you know, I think it was like $50 for 11x17s, and the pieces they were showing were just, I mean, they were solid pieces, good artists, full backgrounds, logos. I was like, oh my god. I messaged him and was like, dude, let me look just a couple of things, man. Like, talk to this guy for like an hour or two. And I was like, man, I wish somebody had sent me that message whenever I was like, you know, 18, 19 and starting to fucking draw art. The cool side of the internet.
Well, you did a good thing, sir.
Well, it worked out well for him. I was trying to explain to him because it was it was really interesting. I was just talking to Larry Hama about it, like not like in person, but like, you know, talking to Larry Hama about commissions not too long ago. And like Larry Hama was talking about how he used to do commissions for free. And it was like kind of a badge of honor thing for him. Like he really liked doing commissions for free, just sketches. And he never realized how much it pissed off the other guys, you know, at shows and stuff, that he was doing free commissions. And at one point he did a show with like Neil Adams, and Neil was there like kind of just being Neil and doing his thing and at the table when he wanted to be and drawing when he wanted to be. I think it was like $100 for a sketch or whatever from him at the time. And his table was just lined up the entire day. And Larry Hama was doing sketches for nothing. And not a single person got a sketch. And he went to lunch, and Neil Adams got up from his table, went and like didn't tell Larry Hama or anything. And he put up a sign that sketches were $100, and like that, you know, just a little fucking sign that said sketches $100. And he had a line by the time he got back from lunch. It was a really interesting like story about perceived value on people's like ends. It was really weird. Because you're like, dude, it's fucking Larry Hama. I mean, obviously, you're not Neil Adams, but like, what? That's crazy.
It's
I don't know,
true.
maybe that story is only profound to me. Sorry. I thought it was a cool story.
Sounds loud here, too. Could have sworn Brown was chowing down on some kettle chips or something. Thank you, Mario. That's what I thought.
I'm not making it. Oh, Mario. Oh, of course it's Mario. That's cool.
No, man, I was just drawn, dude. I was listening to your story. But no, it's true, man. It's absolutely true. Yeah.
I was like, I'm sorry. Maybe that was like rambling and incoherent and didn't fucking
No, we were
like.
at a convention once, and we were at a convention, right? Brandon and I at this convention in Vegas, right? And I was sitting next to Mark Bagley, and like I'm charging for work, and these guys wanted me to do like some. They kept saying it was a piece for charity, but I'm like, what charity? You know, because it looked to me
Right.
like they were just trying to get free art, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'm like, show me the 401c, you know. So I thought these guys were just kind of like bullshitting. So I'm like, yeah, if I'm gonna be drawing anything, I'm getting paid like $100, you know, to do something. Sorry, you know. And he's like, oh, but some, and then no. I went back and forth with this guy. So finally, he comes back with the money, you know. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought.
I've been in that position. I met quite a few people doing the Mesner Lobes benefit and stuff. And like,
if I want to donate to charity, I will donate to charity. I know where they're at. You know what I mean? I don't need people like signing me up for their charity work.
Yeah.
Like I didn't pay for this table to spend all day drawing for your charity. Like it's.
That's presumptuous as fuck. I would never have approached.
That's what I'm saying. Like, will you do this for doing this thing for charity? I paid to be here, man. Like, you know, like.
No, yeah. Okay, no, yeah, totally.
Would you ask Tom McFarlane for? Well, maybe then go ask him. I don't know. You know. Like, I mean, if like a disabled kid came up, you know what I mean? I wouldn't. It's not like they brought up, you know, Special Jack and shit or Simple Jack, you know. And I'm like turning them down.
Rob makes my eyes rain.
You know, it's like.
I have to grab something. I hope I don't make too much noise for anybody's sensitive ears.
Sorry,
especially,
what? I can't
especially
hear you.
Mario.
Deluge of noise.
Yeah.
God, it's like somebody's
so cautious.
dropping pins from 1,000 miles into the air, man.
I know, right?
Just stabbing my eardrums.
I know.
Good. I like that. Yes. Okay.
One time Brandon got this commission. I told him not to take it. I told him to take any stupid commissions.
I told him not to take it.
Yeah. And then he's like, it was like a Blue Lantern, but it's Luke Skywalker. And I'm like, never take those kinds of fucking commissions.
Oh, God.
These are dudes just wasting your time, you know? Like,
yes.
But he took it, and then he got stuck, and he was like, "Can you help me solve this?" And I'm like, "No, like it's your fucking. Well, I didn't want to take it. Why do I get stuck with this?" If you had told him you would just draw a Blue Lantern, he would have fucking bought the Blue Lantern. You know? Or just a Luke Skywalker. When you start mixing things, like, what is this? You know, this isn't Burger King. You can't have it your way.
True.
Yeah.
Did I help you that day, Brandon, or did I let you fail? I can't remember.
You helped me.
No, I helped you.
Yeah.
I'm let down. I let myself down today. Here and there. Should have stuck to my guns.
You pushover.
Yeah, I did approximately one of those, and it was like for a super close friend, and it took me for fucking ever to do, but I am actually really happy with how it came out. I was eventually happy I took the commission, but I only took it because it makes shit that I love, that I personally loved, and I was like, that would be fun.
Yeah, I don't have any fun with their little art experiments.
Well, they wanted like what if Sam Keith had drawn a Fear and Loathing comic book, and I was like, that is Damn it. You're pushing all of my nerdy fan buttons.
I should set up shop at a con and go caricatures of Brandon, $20.
Hell yeah.
I'm just gonna draw caricatures of Brandon. These guys at the comic shop thought I was doing caricatures. These two guys showed up during the signing. I'm like, no, sir.
No, I'm sorry. I drew the comic book. Well, yeah, that means you draw the funny pictures, right? You do the funny pictures of us?
It's like they're in the room with us now.
Dude, that was like I went and did free comic book day at my local comic shop. I swear to God, that was like a excerpt of half of my day. I'm sorry. My wife won't let me ever do silly accents. So every time I get on camera by myself, I just do stupid, terrible fucking accents. They'll keep coming.
I hope so.
No complaints here.
Did we not start the podcast as me as an old Jewish man tonight? I was convincing.
Oh my goodness. Well, it's been fun. I'm not trying to get canceled, so later, guys.
Not gonna get canceled for that, Brandon.
I know, I'm joking. I'd have to get famous first to get canceled, and I don't see that happening.
See, what I was about to say would have got us canceled, but I'm not gonna make that shit.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you for not.
I have a filter.
Kinda.
I do.
It's a little bit.
I do.
A little baby filter.
You gonna go
I'd
see
like to
Kevin's new movie this weekend, Brandon?
You gonna see what movie?
Kevin Smith's new movie.
The mall one or the movie one? Where they're in a movie theater and the date?
Yeah, I'm confused by this. When I get that why he did it, because he owns the theater, he could shoot it there, and now he's got it some kind of tax write-off, or no, he got it designated a historical 401c nonprofit or whatever. Yeah, but it's like, I'm like, what is the audience for people who want to go see a movie set in the 80s, or people watch movies in a crappy movie theater in the 80s? Like, my buddies and I were talking about this. Like, I was like, you need something more than that. Like maybe it's the opening night of Return of the Jedi and they want to steal the movie or something, or you know what I mean? Like, you need.
Yeah.
No, I'm just confused by who this is. Other than he's making the movie for himself.
There you go.
I know. I'm trying to. But it's like he does want to make money, right? Like,
no, I don't think he cares about that anymore. Like after he sold his comic collection, like after he did that big auction where he sold most of his a ton of his original art, like that's really, I think, Kevin Smith letting go in a lot of ways.
Well, I think too he's probably making so much money off all his weed stores that he's got.
And I don't know about that. Like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't know jack shit about that. I remember that terrible pilot that he did about owning the weed store.
Right.
Unfortunately, that occupies space in my brain. Like, every time I see Kevin Smith now, I just think about, like, that scene from fucking Jackie Brown where, like, Samuel L. Jackson's, like, sitting next to fucking De Niro. He's, like, all slumped over, and he's like, what happened to you? You used to be beautiful, man.
I'm a
That's
fan. It's
supposed
just
to-
like you need the teeth. You know, he's gotten too hallmarky.
I was just gonna say that's supposed to like sound like less like me wanting to see him dead, because that's not how I meant that. Sorry.
Right. You wishing harm upon him.
Yes, of course. You know.
No, it's just like when I see movies like, did you see Bottoms?
I don't think so.
So if these like girls at school who are lesbians who want to sleep with these cheerleaders, so like they get a fight club going. So like, yeah, it's pretty wild, dude. But it's like that kind of thing is what I would expect from a kid, you know, like. But I don't know, man. He's doing like Lifetime. I don't know. Like there needs to be some kind of hook beyond just nostalgia. And he did say something once about it that I kind of called bullshit on. Yeah, he was doing the podcast with Mark Bernard, and when he was talking about the movie, he's like, yeah, it's set in the 80s. And Mark was like, oh, did you watch Stranger Things to prepare for this one? And he's like, why would I watch Stranger Things? And he's like, well, it's set in the 80s. He's like, it's set in the 80s? I'm like, I don't believe you didn't know Stranger Things.
Right.
I find that one really difficult.
That's a weird thing to lie about, but yeah. How do you mix?
Forgot it because of the weed. That's possible, but I don't know. You know.
Yeah, I don't. If you've seen that movie, you know how hard they're trying to be set
If
in
you see
the
any of
80s.
the advertising, you know what I mean? Like, look at them.
Yeah, man. Like, that's not how it looked, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's how, like, they played that shit up on TV. Like, I don't know. I love that series. Don't get me. I actually really do like Stranger.
Yeah, I do too. I can't wait for the next. I'm looking forward to it.
Okay,
But
cool.
it'd be like you know, I showed Roman some stuff we're going on. He mentioned a comic called Attaboy, and I legitimately never heard of it. Right, but you could forgive me for not having heard of that. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
If
Yeah.
I showed you a comic and you said, "Man, this looks like The Dark Knight," I'm like, "What's The Dark Knight?" Given my age, you know what I mean? Like, are you seriously? You know? You know? You really going there, Rob?
Really? Never in my life have I even heard of The Dark Knight Returns. I did not trace that page.
Hey, what's up, Jesse?
So I saw what may have been possibly the weirdest interview interaction. Like it was for this thing called Backstage, I think today, Rob. I was thinking of you because it was so funny. And Nick Cage was talking with Christoph Waltz and Morgan Freeman about acting being an art. Oh, dude. I wanted to tag you so hard, man. I was like, it wouldn't let, for whatever reason, it wouldn't let me, but I was laughing my fucking ass off. You should fucking look it up. You would get a kick out of it. I would try to explain why it's hilarious and totally fucking fail. But it is Nick Cage being like off the rails shaman Nick Cage talking about acting, and then Morgan Freeman like trying to rationally speak with him.
Yeah, did you see Nick Cage walking around in a fat suit for the Madden movie?
No.
He's playing John Madden, but it's not about the football, it's about the video game.
Okay.
David O. Russell's directing it. Yeah, dude, like it's about when they got him out of retirement to help make the Madden game, so he taught them how to like learn about football and all whole shit, you know. So he found a new way to coach, you know, through like the video game.
Wow.
They got Nick Cage in a fat suit, like he was walking downtown in LA, and I was like, I'm looking forward to this. Brandon, you're looking forward to that, right? You played the Madden game.
You know it. Plus, it's Nick Cage. And, you know, he's unhinged and great. So, I'm sure it'll be super dope.
Nicolas Cage is like a national treasure at this point, in my opinion.
Ooh, he could probably
I
steal
remember
one.
the first time my neighbors brought over, because these girls that lived over there were like babysitting me for a bit when I was a kid. They brought over Raising Arizona, you know?
Oh,
No one's gonna acknowledge
yes.
my steal the national treasure joke there. Sons of bitches.
You sons of bitches. Fucking Rob. That was
You teed me up for
comedy
that.
gold.
He's a national treasure. And I'm like, yeah, you could probably steal one, and nobody said shit. See if I give your jokes any validity.
Too easy. It's too easy.
No. Your jokes are now forfeit.
4 feet?
Yep.
Nick Cage is mad in his
Exactly.
peak cinema. Yeah, it is.
That's just crazy to me how it's about the Madden games. I actually fucking love that twist.
Yeah, you just wouldn't, you know what I mean? You wouldn't expect that. But
I just got Pig, but I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I've heard about it for a while, but I've never seen it.
what?
Pig?
Oh, Pig. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's out there. You'd like it. If you like
That's out there.
Yeah, good. Yeah, there's no doubt. Like if you're up for like the Greasy Strangler, you're up for Pig.
Oh yeah, I got it. I just got it. I fucking was like, oh shit. That band Nick Cage movie.
Need some more grease on that dog.
All right. Well, it's been fun for me, guys. I have to get ready for work in the morning. Rob, when I go on my break tomorrow, I'll type up those pencils for you.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yep. Anyways, nice chatting with you both. Check you later.
Have a good one, man. Don't work too hard, brother.
Never will. Later, guys.
Well, dang, now that he's gone, I don't know who I'm going to shit all over Rob with.
I try not to go there. He does it to himself. Like I'm just sitting there, and then I'm like, we've talked about this. Like this isn't like something new. I told him it's insanely loud when he's doing stuff like that. He needs to mute the mic or get a limiter, but he's on his phone, So
Yeah.
he can't like add a threshold or anything. I'm like, he does audio video for a fucking living all day. Like it's you understand what I'm saying? I'm not picking on like a newbie here. It's like this is what you damn well do. Like
That's fairly impressive. I didn't know that.
he goes, yeah, but that setup's all different. I'm like, then apply some of it to your home setup a little bit. I get he has to be on his phone, but there has to be a mute button on your mic.
Oh, there
When you
is.
when you want to rummage around your box, just hit mute. I can't control it. I mean, I could just mute him when he's in here. Just hit mute. Thanks, William. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see if how this turns out. I'm undecided yet.
Well, I'm glad I've never had any problems like that because I do all of my shit on my phone.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody but him has these problems. And I'm pretty sympathetic, but it's like we've been doing this together for like almost 10 years. So. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on, Brandon.
Long enough.
You know, you're the only one who's got these issues.
That was impressive, dude. I was like, wow, what? Like, damn. Fucking Uncle Scrooge's vault full of fucking pins down here.
I know.
My wife makes me keep mine all obsessively organized, so I can't even do that rummaging thing anymore. I'm like, oh, I have to go get this certain box with this other certain box in it that's got all these certain pins.
But it's, you know, he really wants to improve his art, and I'm super like sympathetic to that, as you know.
Well, yes, you
are.
are.
All right, I'm gonna give him. I said, you want the advice I give the normies, or do you want me to give you the advice I'd give myself? Because you know, one is they're both helpful and they will lead you in the right direction. But the one I give myself is the one that'll get you there faster. It's just a little meaner, you know.
Way meaner.
It's the Neil Adams advice. You want the Neil Adams? You know? And he's always like, oh, I want to hear the real deal. I'm like, I told him once, I was like, you need to stop posting any art for like at least a year. You know, you need to sit down and just do this. I gave him like 3 DVDs. You need to do this. Send me, when you've completed this, send this, and then I'll tell you if you need to do it again, you know? Or move on to the next one and come back.
Yeah.
Because he's never properly learned how to draw from center. Even to this day, he doesn't know how to draw from center. Like, and that's a term where, like, when you're learning how to grid in a 3-dimensional volume, you can build things out 1/2 and then measure out using distance grids to duplicate any drawing. And
okay.
Yeah. So, like, this technique will help you control when your art, you don't, you know, it's all control techniques, you know. So you're not like just hoping if I just keep moving things around on the drawing, I'll eventually get there.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, he never took the time to do that. I'm like, so this is like 2016. I'm like, now you take the time to do it. Never did it. You know, did it a couple times, and then, you know, right back to drawing fan art and posting things. I'm like, oh, then you do that to yourself, bud. You know. So when he gets himself into a position, I'm like, well, if you'd done what I told you, you would know how to solve this problem by now. But sorry, I don't know what to say. You know, like, and he's like, yeah, I know. And I'm like, all right.
There's nothing worse than biting off more than you can chew and then realizing it later.
We've all done it. It's just, you know, if someone gives you some advice and you're like supposedly.
No, yeah.
You know, it's not even a matter of like trusting me. I think it's a matter of not trusting himself. You know what I mean? Like they don't. I think at the end, people. It's that Miyagi Daniel-san shit where he just doesn't trust the process. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm telling you, you will get there, but it's just not. Whatever. And he'll say, no, I know. And I'm like, yeah, just because that's a defensive technique and you just agree with me. Like, you just agree with me so you can get out of, like, doing the thing. But whatever. Okay. Nobody wants to argue with that. Nobody wants to see him succeed more than me. Trust me. I put him in the comic. Nobody wants to see Brandon succeed more than me. You know? Like, but I can't. You know, no one can do that for him but him. Is what it is. But he's good people.
So many of us creatives suffer from that exact same problem. It's rare that you've got a good head on you and talent. Why I've always found like you to be so impressive.
Oh no, let's not turn this into complimenting me. You know. But I mean, like,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be, whatever.
Right. I just don't want it to come all along, like as a comparison. It's not what you're doing.
No. I didn't mean that at all.
Right.
Not at all. No. It's sorry. That was supposed to be a segue into a separate conversation that was a bit more positive, so we didn't keep hammering on a guy who seemed nice.
Yeah.
I don't really know that much, really.
Oh no, it's okay. You can hammer on him. You don't know this channel, yeah. Dude. The funniest thing, he was doing so well once with these like big acrylic paintings,
Mm-hmm.
And like he sold more than me at a con, and I would look at him like, "Hey, I'm really proud of you. Good for you. Save the money." But I'm just telling you, like I've seen who's come up, and it's like these are like local people, and once they got all the art from you, you're never going to sell anything here again. Like, so save the money. That's my advice.
Yeah.
He didn't believe me, but sure enough, it happened. I'm like, I've been there. Like, I know that. You know what I mean? When I buy locally, then eventually they're going to move on to the other local people.
Yep.
So, funny thing though, he bought a lot of art for me, and I've told the story before, but like, I went to his house to go do a con, and he's like, "Hey, man, you can crash on my couch, save yourself a hotel." And I'm like, "Oh, that's awesome." So I'm lying on his couch. I look above me, and like the art he bought is on the wall, right above my head. And then I realized, did he just complete the collection? Yeah. Art, and the artist. I'm like, he's gonna kill me in my sleep. Then I thought that would be a great horror movie, right? Like buying art from an artist and then buying them over, and then you try to keep them. Like Misery
Making
for Artists.
Part of the collection.
Yeah, and making you parts of the collection.
Oh yeah. Yes, dude. I can see this now. Yeah, I was that weird guy that I'd always invite artists and bands over and stuff. And like, wow, you've got a lot of my stuff here. Like, I'm sorry, that's unintentional. Swear I didn't put all of this shit up just to look fucking weird.
I mean, if it were a comic shop, you wouldn't think anything of it. I just realized I'm in this guy's house. How well do I know Brandon?
Exactly, dude. Like, I remember when my buddy Bobby was staying with me the first time, he was like, "You've got a lot of our albums and posters on the wall, man." Like, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I didn't really think about that looking all weird and stalkerish. You know me, man. I collect original art like a bastard. So whenever I'd have artist friends over, they definitely were like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Hey, yeah, sorry."
Whatever happened to Sam Keith? He's in Roman's basement.
Shut up.
Maybe you don't do the story straightforward. Maybe you tell it with the artist emerging, like from this horrific thing or something. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking. Sam Keith is not. I don't even have a basement, Rob. Why would you even insinuate such a thing? I need to. I'm gonna go.
Where do you live? The Alamo. The Alamo. No, I wanted to get Brandon on Steven when Steven and I do the sketch versus sketchcraft on Fridays.
Oh yeah.
Because we got our heads down drawing. Brandon would be good for keeping conversation, but he'll be at work, and Steven can't do it later. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Bit of a bummer. So I was like, I'll send him the link, but I doubt he'll be able to make it.
That sucks, man. It's always awesome to have somebody that can keep conversation going. Like, even just give you, like, a direction to move in. Because I know whenever I've got, like, you know, like a prompt or something, I'm fucking good. I can ramble forever. But coming up with something, you're like, my brain is computating angles and pulling straight lines. And not happening.
Yeah, like on this particular piece, like I don't really know. Like I know what I want, kind of. Like I can feel what I want, but I don't know how to get there, sort of, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like if I'm not reacting to what you're saying, it's not because you said something dumb. It's because I'm like, wait, what? You know, like I'm hearing you. I'm like, so.
I'm glad. There was like a couple of times where I said shit and then I was like, oh shit, I forgot. Rob's actually like drawing, not just inking tonight. He's actually like arting.
Yeah, when I'm doing the comic stuff, dude, I'm usually, if I'm streaming, I'm at a point where I can do it and not think too much, you know?
Exactly. You know what I'm seeing? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know quite what I'm doing with some of this. So. But whatever.
That's
my whole thing is
part.
like, it's fine if it just doesn't work out. I'll just go do a color pencil or something else with marker, you know? But it's like, my hope is that I can build enough texture, you know, with these lines. That it's the drawing, but it's also a wild painting, you know. It's both. It's the hope. I don't know what it's going to take to get there. I have no clue. You know.
Let's fucking look. I don't know. It looks cool to me, man. Maybe I'm not the best.
Looking for right now. We'll see. We'll see.
I was gonna say maybe I'm not the best judge. I love your shit, so
I appreciate it.
Maybe I'm just gushy.
But yeah, I mean, back on the Kevin Smith, like I'm a huge, big Kev fan. It's like, I think he went through that. I mean, it's a multitude of things. I mean, obviously he had personal issues and had to, you know, get mental help and all that stuff. But it's like, I do think though, man, maybe, I don't know, like sometimes when you have kids and you work for yourself, I don't know, sometimes you lose a little edge.
A little?
Yeah, he needs the edge. He's the edge back.
Yeah, you know, and I think sometimes creatives reach a certain age or a certain point where that's maybe not like the creative areas that they came from aren't accessible to them anymore for one reason or another, whether that be like lifestyle changes or mental health problems or, you know, just general like.
Well, he wrote this. He did this Clerks thing about movie to cow guy, like the history of movie. It's really good. I'm just wondering why the comic stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it works. I don't know. I think the He-Man stuff that he was on was great.
Oh, did you like the He-Man reboot?
Yeah. I mean, they made a couple decisions. Like, I sort of feel like maybe structurally, you start out with the death of something. You don't kind of move it halfway through, you know. But whatever. I mean, it's fine.
Not that I'm shitting all over it or anything.
No, whatever. It's way better than the original fucking cartoon. You got your
there you
go. Watch that cartoon. And the second season, like they really figured that one out. Like, so yeah, I think it's quite good for being based on that cartoon and actually getting like 3D. They 3D modeled the toys, you know, so like you get the actual toy vehicles and stuff in there, which is pretty clever. Doesn't have the theme song, but that's a Netflix thing, you know.
But that's a Netflix fucking thing, yeah.
They just don't want to pay for it. Music's fine though. And Mark Hamill as Skeletor's surprisingly good, even though it sounds like the Joker. It still works.
There was like part of me that was like, this is sacrilege. Then the other part of me was like, but it's delightful.
No, I thought it worked great. And then working in some of the movie stuff into the second season, I thought was handled pretty well.
Oh, I was just talking about Hamill specifically as Skeletor. Yeah, I didn't catch season 2. Not that I didn't like it. I just wasn't into it enough to like watch.
It's worth it, man. They did a good job. There's a Gwildor versus Orko fight we've always been wanting to see.
Well, I'll have to fucking stick it. I can stick it on the background. It's not too violent. Like back when it originally came out, my kid was too young. He was not rocking like even the cartoon violence. And because that show
teases up a She-Ra thing at the end. I'm not spoiling anything. It's pretty. So, I don't know, man. Like I said, given that cartoon is virtually unfucking watchable, the original.
I don't know what you're talking about. It was so fucking cool. I mean, come on. Everything was hip about it.
Yeah. People trying to act like that was some sacred piece of cinema. It's like, get out of here.
Dude, I love
the original DuckTales.
G1 Transformers. Like, shut the fuck up.
I love the original DuckTales, but it's not it doesn't hold. The new one is great. The new DuckTales is fantastic. If you haven't watched it, watch it.
Haven't watched it.
It is so good, man.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
I stand by it, dude. I think it's phenomenal.
But we're not gonna have to debate the fact that the original DuckTales is still like a badass show, right?
Yeah, but when you watch it, you can see it's the idea I like more than the execution. This one, they executed really, really well. I mean, excellently, and they even worked in a lot of the stuff from the Carl Barks comics, like all the timelines of family members and stuff. So there's so many. There's stuff from the NES game is in there. Everything, they worked in everything. So
interesting.
Yeah, and they solved they gave the nephews real voices. Donald's the only one that has the voice you don't understand. And it pays off because they all have their own individual personalities. And it really works. Yeah, it's really good.
Is it streaming on Disney or anything?
Yep. On Disney Plus, 100%.
I most certainly have a 100% legal, non-shared password that I can watch stuff on there with.
Do that. I mean, they have a new villain that's like a spoof of Mark Zuckerberg called Mark Beeks, and he's the total douchebag CEO. He's perfect.
I heard good stuff, because Darkwing Duck even showed up, or I don't know if it was Darkwing, but I know that.
Yeah, eventually Darkwing shows up.
Does he? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and it's also a play on the Nolan stuff, the way they do it,
Nice.
Rebooting. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's an excellent cartoon. The writing, the animation, everything. I mean, and David Tennant does a great Uncle Scrooge.
Wow, that's bizarre.
Uncle...
David Tennant?
Yeah, David Tennant's Uncle Scrooge, man.
I didn't know that shit, dude.
And he's using his actual Scottish accent. He doesn't have to.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. That's crazy cool. Wow.
Yeah.
Nuts. I will totally admit when I heard fucking reboot of that show, I just stopped giving a shit. Yeah, fuck that.
No, a few things I will stand on a hill and die for. That's one of them.
I gotta fucking check. God dang it! Now I gotta. Well, actually, I can watch that around my kid too. So that's fucking. I can do that.
Oh, dude, she'll love it. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about her loving it. She's a fickle beast, but
I don't know, man. I've not seen anyone who's actually sat down and watched it. There's someone who goes, I hated it. Yeah. Shut up. Glomgold's hilarious. I mean, it was great. When they released some toys during the first season at Target, and I was down at Target and I saw all the toys up, and I just stopped and like I ran to the front of the store like a fucking 8-year-old, you know. Got a cart, bought one of everything, you know. Yeah, they're all on the wall right there. I got them, you know.
That's so fucking awesome. I wish I could get that excited. I wish I was allowed to do that with toys. I have zero toy fucking. I can't buy toys. No space, no money. It's a dangerous thing.
I always wanted real DuckTales toys, and you know they never really made them. They had the stuff like at McDonald's and stuff, you know.
I know, and I was like, how the hell did that never happen? How did Disney, of all fucking things?
You know, I used to work at a game magazine, right?
Yeah.
Playing in Game Fan, and at Game Fan, they when they released Epic Mickey, they had a big press junket at Disneyland, and so they put us up at the Disneyland Hotel, and they gave us a whole walk through the game. We got to eat all the food from the damn Club 33. They imported that food, right? Like they had Mickey sushi, you know, like it was crazy. But the director was a guy named Warren Spector who created Deus Ex. If you remember that game from the 90s. Yeah. And he's a big Disney fan. He went to like the World's Fair in 1964 when Small Wonder debuted and stuff. So he gave us a tour of Disneyland. We got to go to all the big rides, and we went into Walt's apartment. You know, like I go in the shower and I put my hand in the shower where Walt's dick would be, you know. I'm like, oh, he's like right here, right? Like, naked Walt was right here in the tub. How many people can say they put their hand in a space where a naked Walt was most likely at, right? Like this guy can. So I bring up inevitably DuckTales to Warren because I'm like, man, dude, it'd be great if you could put DuckTales in, you know. He's like, he goes, dude, DuckTales is my favorite thing. He's like, I tried to get him in the game. He's like, but Disney doesn't like the Ducks. So this was before this cartoon came out, like about 3 or 4 years before the cartoon came out. And so my guess is the cartoon's an anomaly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always knew it was problematic for them.
For some reason they don't respect the Ducks. I don't understand why.
Well, it's been from Carl Barks to Don Rosa, like problematic artists, problematic creators, difficult rights. Like they don't like dealing with that shit. Makes sense.
It's crazy given how many comics they sold, though. I mean, you know what I mean? Like there's probably more of those sold.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't know anybody else that's as internationally respected as as Uncle Scrooge, as a comic book character.
Than all the others. Right.
Like, you can basically go anywhere you want on the planet and they know who the fuck Uncle Scrooge is. And they read that shit, those comics, like, read them religiously.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But Carl Barks had it out with Disney, you know, for years about rights, and Don Rose has been a problematic creator for years for them. So it doesn't surprise me that they are gun shy on the Ducks. Because I know Disney's kind of had an axe to grind ever since, like, they made this like really kind of unprecedented deal with Carl Barks back in the day, where he was allowed to like make duck art and even sell prints and stuff, and like that relationship fell apart because like somebody bootlegged his shit and he didn't know about it. Huh. And after that, like, ducks stopped showing up places for 40 years. Like, I never figure out what spurred on DuckTales. If that was like, if they hated them that much, like, where did DuckTales even come from then?
What if it came from Lasseter? Because the Christmas Mickey thing, he was a big part of that. The Mickey Christmas Carol. With...
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. I don't know. It just feels like if they hated him that much, which it does seem like they truly do. Like, how did you ever get that shit off the ground?
Right.
And when he did, how did it not get like proper backing? Because that series seemed like, I don't know, like you lived through that series too, dude. Like that shit was big, right? I'm not like
No, it was
crazy.
It was huge.
Yeah, like everything about that shit was perfectly designed.
But Disney itself did not want anything to do with it for whatever reason.
Yeah,
that's why it confused me when they made that Toontown at Disneyland, right?
Yeah,
and I was like, why isn't this Duckburg with the money bin in the central, and then like all the Saturday morning the gummy bears being on one end, Chip and Dale being on the other? Why are they going with Toontown when you can't do the Warner Brothers characters? You know what I mean? There's no Toontown without the Tex Avery, Warner Brothers, Fleischer stuff. Like why isn't this just Duckburg?
Oh yeah. No, I mean, why? I don't know. It has to be something with the problematic creators or rights or something. Because they don't like leaving money on the fucking table. It's Disney. They hate leaving money on the table.
How did Eisner get to draw with Disney's signature? Was he working there, or did he just get contracted to do it?
You know what? I don't know the full story there. I just remember reading about that at one point and being like, in total and utter, like, no. And then I looked at Will Eisner's signature.
Yeah, it's 100% Will Eisner, dude.
And I was like, that was you paid a guy to come up with your signature. What the fuck?
I was like, was that after? That was after the Spirit, right? Like,
yeah, it had to have been, or at least while he was working on it, one of the two. By working on it, he would have been doing the strips, I think, because I don't think he was doing the book at that point. Because he did the daily strip. He might have been doing the daily strips, but I don't think so. I think that was back in the Eisner Iger days. I think probably they were doing some contract work, for Disney, whatever that might have been. Because shit, Eisner worked for everybody. Quite honestly.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I don't know if you know about Eisner Studios and stuff, but they were like.
I'm not super knowledgeable of Eisner's career. I want to be honest with you.
He's become kind of passé to a lot of people. I really like Eisner's stuff. I understand what's kind of unappealing to some people. I don't necessarily like some of the let's say like stereotypical representations of characters in his book. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying. Like when you get to the older DuckTales cartoons, there's some pretty bad.
Oh, the comics by Carl Barks? Yeah.
Even the animation, like in the 80s one. Like I don't know the last time you watched it, but trust me on this one. Like so like I think the new one does a better job of handling that sort of, there are ethnicities around the world, there are animals, but it's less, But I only heard of Eisner, honest to God, man, because Capullo used to talk about him at cons, Comic-Con. He'd say, you want to learn storytelling, study Will Eisner.
The best there ever was, best there ever will be.
Yeah, so like if you look at Capullo's layouts, especially in those first issue 26 through like 50 issues, like very Eisner-esque in some of those layouts.
Yeah, I knew he was a fan, but I didn't know he was that much of a fan.
Oh yeah.
I mean, A Contract for God, like everybody likes to argue about what the first ever graphic novel was. And like everybody will hit you with dates for this book and that book and da 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 da. And it's like, nah, dude, sorry, but that was the first graphic novel. There was other stuff that even called themselves graphic novels, but that was the first. That was the one that did it. Contract for God changed the fucking game. It's unfortunate that his art is a little bit sterile for some people, I think, is the way that or academic maybe. It's not as action-packed and like filled with movement.
For me, I grew up reading a lot of those Mad magazines from the 50s and 60s,
Uh-huh.
So it kind of fits more in with that for me, Like it's not a giant leap away from some of that stuff.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I'm a huge fan of James Thurber,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, My Life in Hard Times is like probably my favorite book. So you never would have thought that.
I was just getting ready to say, interesting.
Thought you had old Rob figured out, didn't you?
I never have you figured out, Rob.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge fan.
Mad was such a crazy fertile field for so long for talent. All the way back to the EC days, man. Like, it was sad to see that shit go. Though I don't know if they'd have been harboring anybody of talent for decades. I definitely hadn't read it, admittedly. I was always spoiled because I grew up on like all the reprints and a ton of the original stuff. So I was reading Kurtzman and all of that shit, games and.
He should have drawn Spawn Kills Every Spawn person. That's what people know. I got a review, and this guy in the review is like, they should have got like Harvey Kurtzman or Basil Wolverton to draw this, and I'm like, they're dead, right? Like I looked that one up. I know Kurtzman died because I was there, in the 90s. But I was like, I don't know what Basil Wolverton is, I gotta look this fucking one up. And then it's like he died December 1978. I'm like, well, he died so I could live, I guess, because I was born in October of 78. I was like, despite popular opinion, we don't have the ability to raise the dead here at Spawn, like.
I don't know if I'm buying that, Rob.
I think it was just trying to imply that there's more wild cartooning, and I'm like, all right, man. I told you I'm too commercial for those guys and not commercial enough for the commercial people.
Yeah. I can see that being problematic, dude. Because you're stepping into like Ramos territory. Like later on in his career, like Ramos was doing that like cartooning style stuff, and Scotty Young got into it. And unless you have a solid backing behind you when you moved into that shit, man, there's a lot of pushback from a lot of people. Just pushing against any kind of established norms in the comic book fucking field feels like it just is totally frowned upon to me. So.
And the big rage right now is mixing in like manga inking techniques, I think, And it's like, I'm not doing any of that. So.
I'm not doing any of that.
You know, I'm not doing Zipatone. They can all have that. Enjoy.
Oh, see, I grew up on zip and screen tones and shit.
I'm
so-
no good at it. Like, I like, as you can see, I like spontaneous stuff, you know? So it's like, that stuff is all precision based. I'm like, no, I can see my hand just dying, you know? Heart attack, die. You know?
Yeah, it's about what it's like.
Yeah. Yeah, no way. No way, Jose.
It's like half of the fun for me is like, can I for the the challenge? Like, can I be precision anymore? Do I think I can do that? If screens weren't so damned expensive, I'd fuck around with them. But hell, if I'm gonna pay that much to play around with them.
But I told Brandon, man, like, I really think he could do quite well. Like, I'm not picking on him. I just know he could do well if he painted big. And I gave him, like, because he likes doing it. And I'm like, if you take these little designs and make them really big, you know, and you learn to control your color, you could really do well in that space, I think. But, you know, he has to do it. I can't do it.
That's a big leap, man. Doing big work. But you said he'd done big fucking canvases and stuff in the past, so.
Yeah, but he didn't control his colors, you know. It was like, you know, he needs to control his colors. I gave him a ton of instructional stuff to follow, like, and I don't mean like a ton, just like very specific stuff, but
Yeah.
I don't know, guys. I don't know. You'll work it out.
Sometimes you have to get to the place where you want to make. Sometimes that shit's scary when someone is like talented and they're telling you like, hey, you can make it and I think you can do this, and you're like, ah shit, I don't know. If I do that, can I make it? And then you get scared and you don't really want to like follow through. I don't know. I can kind of commiserate with that.
It's like that scene in Last Starfighter where he goes, what do we do now? We die. Like, sometimes I just look at him and he agrees to just fail with himself. I'm like, all right, man, you know, I guess that's an option. He does really well. Like,
for some of us, self-sabotage is just a way of life.
I believe in people.
You do. That's why, like, I'm always talking about, like, your upbeat, positive. Like, you really had a big impact on my life in that regard. You always call him, like, Artist Rob. You're like, oh, that's just Artist Rob. Like, okay, well, Artist Rob means a lot to Roman. But as you know, you can't make anybody do anything they don't want to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely in a bind with his time. That's why I was like, he should not have told me he was doing sketch cards. I think that's a waste of his time. But oh well.
I could sense the disapproval, but it's not going to pro.
No, I disagree with this one. Like, do your own sketch cards. I mean, I every now and then I do them. You know, I'll start selling like these. Like, I get the hankering, and I make my own out of like 4-ply. You know, so I'm able to gesso when I get done with it, and then I'll do like dry pastel. You know, you can't do any of that shit on those pre-made cards, dude. They're the worst substrates ever. Like, they're really bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would. There's no way you could pay me to.
Upper Deck sent me some once. I sent them right back. Nope, thank you. Have fun. And then the contract was really bad too. He's not under that contract. He's doing this for a friend, but the Upper Deck contract's like, yeah, you do all these and we have to approve them. And if we don't approve them, you don't get paid, even if you did the work. Right? Thank you. With the no, right? That's their contract, dude.
What the fuck?
And it's not a lot per card, man. Like $50, maybe. You know, like maybe 20. It's not a lot, dude.
Shit.
It's not magic money. Their whole thing is we'll give you these, like, you get these like official cards, you know, that are blanks that you can then draw on and resell. And I'm like, are you rewarding me with more work?
Exposure, Rob. Exposure.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one.
Fucking cock monkeys, man.
I'm gonna do my fake art. You know, I'm gonna do my fake art over here. Fake sketchcraft.
God, that's like insulting. Kind of like page rates these days, though.
Like what?
Page rates.
Oh, page rates.
Yeah. Page rates have not seen like an actual increase since the mid 80s. Like, that's what?
Well, if you count image, they've gone down.
Well, yeah, of course they have, because they were one of the few companies that paid above the minimum. And there's still plenty of guys that you can work with out of image that do pay way better than Marvel or DC.
That's true. I may know one.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, it's just page rates have universally been dead since like 87. And that's like a frightening concept to consider. Like a wage lock since for, you know, like 40 years. What the?
Right.
Course books look like shit. What the hell?
Jonesy's got a joke. He goes, "Hello, guys. I have bought a transparent waterproof mobile case and can watch the stream in the shower. I have taken dedication to the stream to a new level. I'm holding on to the soap." Jonesy found me through the Star Wars podcast. I was hanging out with Bespin today, Jonesy. So I've talked them all into definitely doing another Star Wars show when Avatar 3 comes out and makes another $2 billion, and the Grogu movie 6 months later fails to get anywhere near it. Then I can go on there and laugh at all the Star Wars fans that have been. I'm a huge James Cameron guy, and if you didn't already know that, Robin.
Yeah,
and
so I know.
They were telling me how this Avatar 2 was going to fail and crash and burn. I'm like, yeah. I've heard this all before, guys. This is not my first. I was working at Playco during the Titanic when all the model builders would come in. I got tons of photos of all the people on set, you know, like the boat when it was just sitting in the tank down in Rosarito and shit.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I should do a stream. So if you ever want to do a stream where I could show them, that would be fun, right? If you want to see some of that stuff. But like, it's all personal photos this guy took, you know? And but I was like, And then when it came out, it did like 75 million opening weekend. They were clowning me, you know? And I'm like, yeah. Let's get back to me in 8 weeks. We'll see. Oh shit, Roman, when it crossed 1 billion, what? Anyone want to talk about it now? And they're like, it's a Star Wars cast. We don't want to talk about that. I was like, why don't we get back to making Star Wars a big cinematic event? You know? Where you new technology, amazing adventures, get the Edgar Rice Burroughs in there, get the fucking Kurosawa. But they keep trying to find a way. I don't know, man. Like, it's just whatever. It's like they spent $300 million on Indiana Jones, but now the next one they're spending 120, and it's like we're doing it on a budget. I'm like, maybe that's not the answer. Maybe the answer is just, you know, don't get rid of Michael Arndt. You know, how about that? Like, he wrote the initial draft that Lucas was working on, and then when JJ came on, you know, they just ditched it. And it had the one thing in it that it ended up in a book called Bloodlines, but it's the only fucking storyline I've heard from this new sequel shit that made the most sense. And the premise, the storyline was the premise for the whole series. It was that the universe found out that Luke and Leia were the children of Darth Vader, and that's what ripped the New Republic apart. Because here you got a guy, the son of Darth Vader's running the Jedi Order, and his daughter's running the fucking government.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, Michael Arndt wrote Toy Story 3, Little Miss Sunshine, you know, like, brilliant.
Oh.
JJ was like, no, we're getting rid of that. We're just jumping to it already having happened. I'm like, good job, buddy. You know?
Not who I would have hired to rejuvenate that franchise. So, yeah. Unsurprising.
Michael Arndt has an excellent video series on storytelling and writing that he put up free on his video, where he covers The Graduate and a bunch of other movies, and it's all free. It's excellent. I mean, you know your shit, but like if you just want to put some on to listen to, he's excellent.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Would you say it was?
Michael Arndt, ARN.
No. Where?
It's on his Vimeo channel. He has a Vimeo channel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. You put him up.
You said video, and I was like, on his video chat. What?
No, Vimeo. Yeah.
I know you just hear Vimeo so little. I was like, oh yeah. Oh,
I know, right? They came and went. Yeah.
Because like I only really use Vimeo for like Don Hertzfeld stuff, because he always puts his stuff out there first. So.
Okay.
I don't know if you're into Don Hertzfeld.
Yeah, I like Don Hertzfeld. I used to go to Spike and Mike's, you know?
Oh shit, hell yes.
Yes, sir. I was there at the debut of Happy Tree Friends. That was hilarious.
What the hell? Dude.
When the Rambo one comes out and starts gutting everybody. Couldn't stop laughing.
Dude, you've been fucking around. Man, that's awesome. Hell yes. It took me forever to see Hertzfeld on the big screen.
Yeah, but they would replay his stuff every year, you know? All the, you know.
My anus is bleeding.
So there was this guy, this girl, I'm not going to say who she was, but I met her at San Diego Con when I was working at Game Fan, right? Because at a booth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And she was showing her portfolio, and I had contacts at Mad Engine still. And I was like, you know what? You'd probably do really well in t-shirts. And she's like, yeah, well, I'm doing t-shirts now. I'm like, for who? And she named this company out in Vegas. And I'm like, I don't recognize it. Like, she's like, yeah, I got to do like 20 shirts a day. I'm like, 20 a day? Clip art? She goes, yeah. I'm like, yeah, that's not a real company. Like, you want a real job? You know, like, so I got her this gig. It took a while to get her in because, you know, they always take their time. But eventually we got her in there, and she did a great job. Problem solved, right? Well, I think her husband was jealous of me for, you know, because she was always praising me. So when I first started the saucy things, her husband goes on my post and goes, my anus. I drew a Daredevil saucy, and he goes, my anus is bleeding. right? You just post that on there. I'm like, we gotta be friends. You know what I mean? Before you just start randomly posting my anus is bleeding on my watercolor, you know, like maybe you know you gotta buy me a drink at least once. I was like, how about you go back to being unemployed? You know, this is what I get for helping people.
Yeah, you need to be judicious about usage of that quote.
Right.
That is not what I would have dropped on our first meeting.
Yeah, Brandon and I have known each other since 2007. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I got him a job at a shirt company. He quit in a week. I told him he should. It wasn't working out for him. It's not his fault. I blame myself.
I blame myself.
I do. I blame myself. I tried to train him, and I should have known it wasn't gonna. The art director is I'd say he's a bit of a fascist to the point where we're not even friends anymore. It's kind of sad, but it wasn't Brandon's fault.
That
I felt so bad. They moved down to California from Phoenix for a week and then went back, and that's when I told myself, I'm like, sometimes I gotta stop helping people. You know, like unless it's my company, you know.
Yeah.
I had to learn a lesson on that one.
You can't control other people. You can go in with the best of intention. Man, that's rough, dude.
And they had some really big bill problems to the point where he's talked about this on the podcast, so like I didn't want to bring it up, but he brought it up once, so I was like, fine. Like their car got repossessed one day because his wife was not making the payment. She made a late payment. She missed a payment, but paid after that, but never paid the other payment. And so once you miss one payment, they put a lien.
Yeah.
And so they repossessed the car, and then it was like $1,000. And I had just did a convention, and I did well at it, so I just gave him the fucking money. I'm like, this means we're even for you driving out to fucking the job that made you go back. I don't want to have this on my head anymore, right? We're good, right? Just he's like, well, no, man, no. I don't want to ever hear about it again, right? We're good. Go get your car, you know. Let's go Red Robin. Like I felt so bad. Because they wouldn't have lost their car if I never got them that gig, you know. So yeah.
That's rough.
That's why you got to be careful, right? When you help people, you never know if you're doing more harm than good, you know.
Yeah, no, you really do, man. You gotta you gotta know what you're talking about, and that's why some people get so hurt and upset. It's like, man, I'd rather your feelings be hurt than you driving out for a fucking job, fucking your life up.
Yeah.
6 months from now.
Gotta tell you, Roman, I'm excited about the new Lincoln Park. I'm a nerd. I hear Emily Armstrong singing. I want to team up with Buffy and kill some vampires, man. You know what I'm saying?
I love you so much, Rob. Let's just not talk about Lincoln Park, because I don't want to hurt your feelings.
I know you don't. But
Be excited. Be excited and enjoy it, and don't let anybody take that shit away from you. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to be positive.
Yeah. He was let down at me and my buddy. He's the guy that we did the Star Wars show with. The other one guy's Bespin, that guy's Jason Ward, and Jason's a super musician guy. Like he has a band. You know, he's got his own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's into St. Vincent and punk. And he's just like, you just let down by you all. I was like, I don't care. Don't care.
If you feel let down because like Linkin Park is back or they have a lead singer, then you need to desperately reevaluate the seriousness with which you take the music industry.
You know how musicians are, man. You know,
I'm a fucking musician. Dude. Shit, man. But yeah. But I get like pretentious and shit like that too. But it's like you can't. Not for the fuck. That's just I don't know, man. I never.
My brother
get
plays
that level.
professionally. Like he has his own band, but he's played for other bands like Trapped and stuff. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he opened for Berlin last year. Okay, I was like, that's fucking awesome, right? He hates my choice of music. We get along, but I just let him down. I'm like, I'll go, yeah, man, I like Big Reg, Shine Down. He's like, okay, I don't want to hear this. Like, start off strong, go down, right? Crash Test Dummies, no.
Hey man, be a Crash Test. They're not.
No, Mega Mario. They announced go to their thing. They got a new singer and they got a new album this year, November 15th. They just launched a tour. They did an hour-long free concert. Amazing production value. She sounds great. She's on a band called Dead Sarah, which I told you I inadvertently picked up on because I was looking for like Nirvana covers after the Batman came out, just to put together for my own Batman mix, So.
Yep, they're back. They'll be making new music.
Sienna wrote like all the songs, dude. So it's not like. 7 years. They waited long enough,
Oh yeah, no, they. And how many times did they remake? Nope, not gonna do. I'm gonna let you.
People just enjoy stuff. Can people just enjoy
that band and be happy about it?
Let me be happy. Let me be happy. There are any better female? There are better female artists than Amy Lee. This chick's pretty good. I gotta tell you though, if it were me and I could just like place people, I would have got Sandra Nazik from Guano Apes.
Guano Apes?
Uh-huh.
Bro. Oh.
Did I just win you back or did I lose you again?
No, I got you.
Okay, see?
I love Guano Apes, man.
Yes.
Did I ever tell you I got to meet her?
I think you did, but I don't remember the story.
I was like so wasted at one of their shows, and I'm up front, and like I used to have like long hair. I was there with my fucking cousin, and I had just like gotten a haircut, and like their lead of security. I'm doing my German accent, and, like talking to this dude or whatever, and he like comes over and he's like, "Oh my God, we have to take you backstage." And I'm like, "What the fuck is happening, man?" They like take me back, and like I go and I meet her, and they're like, "You look just like her." And they apparently it's just a running joke about how she looks like a dude. Not I was like used to make fun of her band.
Oh, that's fucked up. She doesn't look like a guy.
Her band and lead singer, her and lead of security.
They're such assholes.
Make fun of her.
She's hot. She's pretty. I don't know.
I thought she was pretty.
Did you hear the 2017 remaster they did of "Proud Like a God"?
Yeah, dude. The expand, because that was the one that was expanded. It had a couple extra tracks on it too, right?
Yeah. It was excellent. But no, Emily Armstrong, she's from Dead Sarah, dude. She's excellent. She's got that gritty voice,
Oh yeah. Enjoy.
Yeah,
I like Dead Sarah's not bad. I've heard them. They're not bad. I'm just simply unenthused about like Linkin Park coming back in general. And
I'm so happy.
I've
been this happy since Death Magnetic, huh?
Dude, I for me as a musician, like I honestly like can't imagine my lead singer dying and then like not wanting to change the name of the band. Just the artist.
Well, from what I understand, that they started with just doing something new, and when the music sounded exactly like Linkin Park, then what do? And
but
I'm like, you know what, man?
It's not.
AC/DC moved on within a year. Like 7 is fine.
Yes,
right.
and I've got a problem with AC/DC. I got a problem with Alice in Chains.
Yeah.
I've got a problem with Sublime. I've got because to me those aren't those bands anymore. It's just it's not Alice in Chains without Lane Staley, dude. No.
Yeah, but he was writing songs, and this is a little different. So
I said,
don't
like
worry,
I
you're
said,
not taking away your albums.
No. Like I said, and enjoy it, dude. Who gives a shit what my I don't even like Linkin Park, so who the fuck cares what I think anyway?
I like a guy who doesn't even buy the music's going to tell me what to.
That's exactly like who the fuck cares what? Even if I did buy the album,
What if they had hired Slasher Dave to be the new vocalist?
I would have to have a very, very serious talk with Dave.
Wouldn't that be great? They go, here's a new Slasher Dave. What? Who's Slasher? Like, you know, I'm like, it's gonna get so Halloweeny. Can't wait.
So he's playing synth. No, you took his synth away too. Okay, well,
I want you to know I drew issue 4 to a lot of Slasher Dave since you had mentioned it on your stream.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, so there's a lot of Halloweeny stuff in that. So I just put it on.
Dude, I fucking love Dave's stuff. He's got a really cool rock band called metal band called Acid Witch that's like a combination of like heavy metal and that synth music and shit too that he sings for. Really cool. Dave's just a great guy. Love Dave.
Yeah, he just gets screwed over by that live stream algorithm. Slows all the music down and shit.
Awful, dude. And like try to watch his stuff now, where it's just always like this, and I don't understand what a little for like, dude.
There's nothing worse than that Instagram delay.
I don't know why they started that, man. Like, why? Didn't used to do that. Back when I was streaming on there. Starting to come together, Rob. It's looking good, by the way.
Oh, thanks. Well, we'll see.
I like the reds.
We'll see.
That background has a very Ben Templesmith feel to me. I like the way it's sitting on those reds. Cool.
I thought with leaving the watercolor the way it was, you know, and then doing all these scribbles, I might do a little, but we'll see. You know, I don't know. This right here is going to be a buildup. You know, that's why I was like, I don't know how much of the watercolor will even show through when I get done with it. We'll find out. You know.
Yeah.
But I mean, as you know, I could just print this out in black and white and just do watercolor. Most people would like it as is. It's like,
goddamn Skippy.
I would
love it. Yeah, absolutely. Although it is always really cool whenever you get like really, really experimenty with these pieces. I always love these like variant pieces and like pieces where you experiment. Sorry, I'm walking over at my big TV. I got my monitor set up so I can see it on the TV so I can actually see the details and shit. Nice. Starting to build.
Yeah, you have to build up, you know, and then you just kind of figure your way through. Then you just make a decision like, well, hopefully I didn't screw it up.
Hopefully I didn't just destroy that piece. I love those moments.
Yeah, Big Wreck is the only band I love I've never been able to see live. Just because they're in Canada, they never play in the States, and like the most they get is like Edmonton. And my sister-in-law lives near there, but it's like, I need to schedule sometime to see them.
That's awesome. You've got to see so many of your favorite bands live, man. Most of my favorite bands I never got to see. So,
I mean, I never got to see Queen, you know, but
well, yeah, no. I grew up like in the grunge era, and like most of the bands that I really wanted to see right around the time when I was getting the age where I could go see them and stuff, they all started fucking dying.
yeah, who knew that the grunge guys were going to be the most hardcore? Like all those rap dudes talk about dying or getting shot, but the grunge guys really did live by the code, dude. Like,
yeah. Yeah, after Elaine Staley died, it is like listening to Angry Chair takes on a whole new meaning for you.
yeah, when the Batman came out, I was like, they got to do Flood for the sequel because, you know, it's all flooded.
Yep.
I know what it's about, but you know what I'm saying?
Yep. That would have been awesome. It would have fit too.
Yeah, I've played the music over the stuff. Trust me, because I'm a nerd.
I love technology lets you do that shit so simply now. You're like, how would that sound? You know what? I'm just going to fucking see.
I know.
I remember when we were growing up, that wasn't possible, Rob.
Well, back in like 2000, 2001, I took and made my own music video with the Padre sequence doing Cake's Going the Distance. And there's a part when he says, when Cake goes something passing in time or something like that, it like you can line it up with Obi-Wan when he says we don't have enough time. Like it lines up, you know?
That's awesome.
But, yeah. And so I had nowhere to put it because there was no YouTube. So I just put it on the force.net and they just were like, what the fuck is this? You know? Like, you know, it's music video. Ah, never mind.
Never mind.
But your kids are going to love it.
Hey, Chuck, this is your cousin Marvin.
I love that first movie. I'm a first movie only guy. Oh, that's it. Although I do like the anthem in the second one where it adds the horn solo.
Oh, yes.
When they're flying through the air, the horn solo is pretty amazing.
Not as it's part one is a perfect film in my opinion. And by perfect film, I mean a movie that I literally would not change a frame of.
Right. There was one thing. What was it? I think I could prove you wrong on that one, but by and large, yes. And it's not the whole like, yo, you got the truck and that's not it. What was it? Oh yeah, I mean, there should have been more of a direction when they see Marty that they knew it was him. You know what I mean? Like at the end. Because why would they name their third kid Marty? You know, like he's their third kid. So if they really got them together, they probably would have named their first kid. So it's like they had to like be in on it when he goes back to the new timeline. They should kind of give him, you know, like maybe he doesn't know they know, but they knew. I just thought there should have been a little bit more of a directional nod to that, but whatever. Okay. They're all that Goonies sequels, fake fan stuff, man. It's not real. There's a fake Goonies poster going around.
Oh yeah, no fucking way.
No, it's not happening. The rights on that are so fucked up. We almost did a Goonies comic at Ape. You know that?
No.
Yeah, we got Antonio Campo was gonna draw it, and I was gonna do some backup stories and stuff, dude.
Whoa.
Yeah. Back in the day, but the rights are so fucked up on Goonies.
Yeah, I knew they were trashed because they can't even do an official documentary about the making of that fucking movie, man. Craziness. I don't know what the shit is, but I know it's there.
It got it. Only Lauren Shule Donner and Steven Spielberg and Kathleen Kennedy know for certain. You know?
That's what I'm saying. Like I have no clues. It's a weird movie to have such big tie-ups on though.
That whatever deal Amblin had with Warner, you know.
Oh yeah, okay, yep. God, intercompany politics, gotta love them. I just want to see the giant octopus, and then I can die happy.
It's in Popeye. Go rewatch that movie.
I always think of the scene from Ed Wood. I just rewatched that movie. I'd forgotten how good that fucking film was.
Oh, it's excellent.
I was like, had to remind myself like why I love Tim Burton so much lately. The Beetlejuice.
Yeah, it was all downhill after Planet of the Apes was no good, but Big Fish rebounded, and then.
Oh God, is that movie good?
People seem to be liking the new Beetlejuice. I mean, I got a few friends that are super gothies, like Drew Roush. He does a lot of great like Halloween style comics and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I met Drew. He used to work at 8 too, and Drew's like he's like you if you were perpetually like wearing Halloween goth shit. You know what I mean? Like the Ecstatics guy, the guy who used to be the lead singer of Ecstatics.
Yep.
He's got like that going on. Him and his wife are permanent Halloween Town people, but he seemed to like it, and he's a pretty picky guy. So he's like, yeah, I got notes, but overall it's still a fun film. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, man, I got high hopes for that movie. I'm not gonna lie. I never have high hopes for that shit. Remakes and sequels and reboots and stuff. I'm hoping. I want it to be good. Everybody on it deserves to go out well on that film. No big cat.
They got to do one more so they can just call it Beetlejuice.
It's been cool seeing like Catherine O'Hara get a career back after Schitt's Creek and Winona Ryder.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, Stranger Things and
Catherine O'Hara was in Stranger Things?
What's up?
Catherine O'Hara? Oh, you mean Winona Ryder?
Yeah, I said Winona Ryder with Stranger Things and Catherine O'Hara with Schitt's Creek and
yeah.
I actually kind of like Ortega. She seems like a decent actress. I've seen her in some fun stuff. Even when I didn't like the stuff she was in, I liked her. I'll say that much too.
Yeah, I rewatch SCTV twice a year.
God damn, what a good show.
Yeah.
Sad nobody talks about that shit anymore either.
I do.
I do.
Netflix got the rights and they never put the show up on their fucking years ago, dude. It's like 4 or 5 years ago. I was so excited, yeah. I was on Twitter fucking geeking out over it. Like, fuck, hell yeah. Now we're gonna, hoping to get cleaner masters or something, Like,
yeah.
No, nothing.
That's bizarre, dude. That show never got any love, though.
I like that one where she'd go out with, she'd do that skit where she'd go out with, what's the other one? Forget her name, dude. Martin, Heather Martin.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. And she'd go out and it'd be like Martin would play this like gay woman. She was like clearly into Catherine, but she didn't know, So she's like getting her drinks and doing all this shit. And it's fucking hilarious. So ahead of their time, that humor,
Everybody on that show kicked ass. Very ahead of its time.
You know about Chef LaRue was supposed to be originally being Ghostbusters, right? Yeah, so the Louis Tully part was John Candy, and he was going to do his Chef LaRue bit. And
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, he had to go do reshoots on Summer Rental.
God, that turned out well.
So they called up Rick Moranis. Rick Moranis had no direction. He showed up on set doing Louis Tully. All those photographs of him like in college on the wall, he brought that shit with him. Like he where he's with his parents, like in the graduation car. Look at all the shit on Louis Tully's wall. He just brought it with him, man. He was in full character from day one. They were just dying. He's the only character that didn't have anything written. They're all reading from script, but him, dude. You know, like,
God damn, man,
he's that fucking good, right?
I miss Moranis so much.
Yeah, me too.
I was so excited when he fucking announced he was going to do that sequel to Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like whatever that was, 6 or 7 years ago now. And I was like so sure he was going to finally come out of retirement and stuff. And just never happened.
If Joe Dante wasn't directing, I never thought it was going to happen.
Well, it's just Moranis won't act. He retired for his kids, and now they just can't get him to come back. It's sad, dude. Much love to that guy, you know, like nobody should have to go through that shit. Felt awful for him.
I really love him in My Blue Heaven. My Blue Heaven is the one movie he did where he got to be a tough guy, like a real tough guy. Like when who's the guy who played in Home Alone as the tall, not the
Daniel Stern.
Yeah, Daniel Stern's in there, and he plays the ex-wife to Joan Cusack, right?
Yep.
And Joan Cusack's dating Rick Moranis, and this guy always just walks in her house, you know, like he doesn't even knock, and he just walks in like it's still his house. He I still pay for it, and he's in there, and he's like wearing like a wife beater shirt, right? You know, Rick Moranis, and Daniel Stern just walked right in, and Rick Moranis just beats the shit out of him, and then does the Al Bundy where he walks him into the door, you know, smacks him, makes him open it, and then tosses his ass out. And I'm like, no other movie did he ever get to do that, you know? And it was
Moranis had a lot more in him than most people saw.
I think had Moranis kept going, there's a possibility he could have ended up in a Tarantino flick.
That would not have surprised me.
You know?
He seems like the kind of guy that Tarantino would have zeroed in on if he had the right role for him.
Yeah, because he had the range. I mean, he really did.
Oh, yeah. Super intelligent guy. Great actor. Unfortunately got typecast and then, you know.
Right.
Quit acting.
I mean, he made Spaceballs. I mean, I didn't really even like the movie when I was a kid, but I loved him in it and the alien joke.
Oh,
that was all I really liked.
I love Spaceballs. So.
I know. It's fun. It's fun, but Moranis makes that movie.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
And don't underestimate Joan Rivers.
Bro, the moment I underestimate Joan Rivers is the minute they put me underground. I love that fucking battle axe.
Yeah. That one got me when she passed away. I was torn up on it. Yeah. So she was a staple for me in the 80s, you know, like on set and Johnny Carson and shit.
Dude, thank you.
I hate it.
Nobody remembers the Carson fucking guest hosting. Like, they remember Don Rickles, but they don't give her no goddamn love.
No, she was better than Carson.
In my opinion, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he fucked her over so hard because she took that show.
Yeah. Such bullshit.
Fucking
Johnny
politics.
Carson's an asshole.
Yeah, he was a piece of shit.
That's how I like got into Howard Stern, because he used to just talk mad shit about Johnny. It's like, oh, well, he's gonna beat his wife and fuck over Joan Rivers. It's like I like this guy. I like this. When Moranis been good in Inner Space in the Martin Short role, it would have been a totally different movie. I mean, you got to understand, a lot of people felt that Martin Short ruined SCTV when he came on, because he was so over the top and everyone else was like under, like deadpan kind of humor, like smart people's humor. I mean, it's not the case. Martin Short did some amazing stuff on that show, like the Jerry Lewis alone, is,
Yeah.
But there was a strong hate for Martin Short on SCTV. My uncles, my nerd uncles, I told you, the ones that were the same guys from War Games, the Eddie Dietz and the other guy, those are my two uncles. Like, my nerd uncles, they were split on Martin Short, So I always liked Martin Short. Even his weird HBO specials where it had some weird story that didn't make a lot of sense, but it would just go around LA and he'd be like that gay agent and some things, and then next day he'd be doing like skit. I don't know, man. His shorts was always so fucking. His specials were always weird, but I like that kind of stuff. My wife cannot watch 1 second of SCTV. Like,
Really?
Yeah, it's definitely not in her. She's just like, that's for you, man. It's like, you're missing out.
Yeah, my wife fucking hates all of my TV shows. I feel that.
Anytime I get really sick, that's what I put on. Always feel better.
I'm weird. Like, all of my like security blanket shows are like dumbass sitcoms from when I grew up, because like then I don't have to think about it.
I don't like a lot of the sitcoms. For me, don't hold up. Like, the theme songs are great, but the actual sitcoms for me don't hold up much of the times. Like,
No, I didn't say they held up. I just said they're security blankets.
Yeah, SCTV is the one I can leave on for certain.
Frasier's my like whenever I'm mentally fucking falling apart and like my life is a shithole. My wife will
The
come
90s
home
is
and-
different. The writing on sitcoms was significantly better in the 90s and the 80s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think once Newhart comes out, the writing went up.
I wouldn't argue with that one.
Yeah.
They definitely upped the game on that one.
Yeah. But like Cheers, I mean, you can watch bits, but it's not,
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, I love Night Court, but it's not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yep, exactly. I was just trying to watch Night Court not too long ago, and I was like, cool, about 3 episodes, and you're golden.
Just leave on the theme song.
Fuck me, that is gonna be stuck in my head for days now.
It's so good. It's so good. Jonesy wants to know if we checked out Rings of Power season 2. We haven't seen Rings of Power anything, because why bother? I'm speaking for you. Have you seen Rings of Power?
God damn it, Rob, you took the words right out of my mouth. Why would I? No.
Not for us.
No. Have you guys not noticed I'm just a hateful fucking guy and I don't do fucking film adaptations and stuff?
I think if that show had real tooth to it, you would have checked it out. But it's a Coca-Cola commercial from the 80s that goes on for an hour,
That's what everything seems like to me. Yeah, totally.
Not everything. The Bear isn't, but I mean, yeah, a lot of the big IP stuff, by and large, outside of Andor, is very Hallmark TV.
Yeah, I haven't seen The Bear. Everybody says that shit's really good.
It is. Dude, you're
It
going to be
is.
more excited for Fantastic Four if you see it. Like for real. That Eben Moss backer, whatever his name, Ebron Moss, something or other. The guy's playing Thing. He's fucking awesome. And J. Michael, is it J. Michael White? J. Allen White is Gene Wilder's grandkid.
False.
Shut up.
That
Let me
is
live.
an internet fucking
Shut up.
totally
Shut
made
up.
up.
I know.
Totally.
I was waiting to see if you'd complain. No, but he may as well be.
I know. When I saw that, I was
The-
like, "Holy shit! Oh
the
my
Lord made
god!"
two of them.
And then I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, dang it!"
Yeah. No, it's just a fantastic show, man. You know.
Yeah, my wife fucking wants to fuck that guy's brains out, so I'm sure I could watch it real easy.
The old competition.
No, but I mean, hey, babe, if you can land him, fucking rock it. We will take that shit. I don't know how I'll exploit it, but I'll find some way. He's got money.
Yeah. That's how my wife feels about Ryan Reynolds. And so I made her watch Buried on Christmas one year. That didn't go over so well. How come you like the Ryan Reynolds, huh? I'm like, it's called Buried. They're not really gonna bury him. You know what I mean? Like, right? I mean, yeah, it'll start that way, but they won't just bury him. Like, who would do? Oh, Merry Christmas.
I love you, sweetie.
Yeah, I to this day, that one I can't get around that one too much.
Like, do you remember that time we watched? Yes, I remember watching Buried on Christmas. God damn it, I'm sorry. How many fucking times do I have to see? I didn't know. Yeah, about the only shit I can watch with my wife is like really dumb comedies and stuff. So we just don't watch much television. Not that she's around much anyway, because we work days on, days off. So I don't ever fucking get to hang out with her anyway. But we'll watch like It's Always Sunny or like Trailer Park Boys or something.
Yeah, she's on the Buffy rewatch right now. She does it a few times a year.
Oh, jeez.
And I love Buffy, so I'm fine with it. But it is funny. There's like a whole episode in season 4 where they just ADR Giles. Everyone else is normal, but he's ADR'd. And I'm like, how did that work? And there's sometimes, and it's not the same episode, but there's another episode in season 5 where he's doing ADR, and the camera's straight on facing him, right? You can see his lips. They're not moving. And he's talking through ADR. And I'm like, who approves of this?
Dude, that show had some awesome episodes for sure. There's still some episodes that I remember being pretty blown away by.
I stand by it. It's a great show.
I can't remember what the episode is. The dudes that come and they steal everybody's voices in a box, Hush or whatever.
Yeah,
it
Hush.
is.
The Hush episode. It predates the Batman story.
Yeah, that shit was. I mean, the fact that I can remember the name of that episode.
That's Doug Jones. You know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's him doing the main one. So.
To say the fact I can remember the name of that episode, it should say enough. Remember living through all of the Buffy hysteria and not really getting it though.
Best comic book TV at the time, man.
Yeah, yeah. To say I could watch it, but I just never got into it. And then everybody was all about Firefly, and that shit just totally lost me.
Once you get on board, if you can get on board with the Western bit, then you're fine. But if you can't,
See, I love the West. I can't do that show, but I love like weird quasi Western shit. I love like sci-fi fucking Western mashups. Even like I cannot tell you what it is that I that did not click about that show with me.
Yeah, I like it, but, you know.
A lot of people did. Note that it got a cap off movie, however many years later that was.
Couple. It's about just a couple. They got that done pretty quick. All things considered, you know, because they came out 2005 or 6, and then the show ended in it's about 4 years. It was a little while, but I mean, it threw people for a loop because they wanted the same vibe as the show, and it was like not doing that. You know, it was like no, they're all broke up, and then at the end they're back to normal in a way. But you know, props to Jaws for not trying to like make a remake of the first season of the movie. You know,
truth to that. I was gonna say I didn't necessarily dig it, but I definitely was not the fucking target audience because didn't do the show, so I didn't quite know what to make of it.
I want to be done with this stupid thing.
I just want to be done with this stupid thing.
I know.
Like, why did I choose to do this complicated shit and punish myself?
The way it goes.
Dude, I was literally thinking that to myself about 10 minutes ago. I was like, of course, you had to pick another piece where you did all of this fucking intense cross-hatching, didn't you? You stupid ass. What's hard for you? Cross-hatching. What's this piece filled with? Cross-hatching. Why'd you do that?
I just don't want to go beyond a certain time, you know, marker on any of these commissions, you know?
But yeah, you're getting paid a certain amount, dude. It's a fucking bitch. I can only imagine. And your time's actually valuable. Like, you could be doing stuff and getting work done and making money. Uh-oh. Did we lose Rob? Did we lose Rob? Come back to me.
And it's like,
There we go. Maybe.
there we go.
There we go.
It's the browser sometimes, and StreamYard don't get along. And it's the one they recommend, so you figure that one out.
Well, yeah, because Streamer, I mean, such a reliable, wonderful company.
But no, I was hoping to be done with this in the 3-hour mark, but now we're getting into 4, and it's like, all right, you know.
Yeah, I figured this would be a 5 or a 6 hour piece just because it's full body and all that red and fucking full background. And
Not me. I was thinking 3.
I always do that to myself. I'm always like, I can get that done in like 3.5 hours, 4 hours. 9 hours later.
Well, the past couple years have been pretty good at gauging, but it does happen to me. It does happen. You were right on this one.
I mean, that's damn near a full figure, fucking full color watercolor underpaint or distress ink undercolor, and then scribbles and fucking ink on top. That's a lot of work. And Posca. I mean, shit. At least there's not chains everywhere, right? let's just
you just do them in silhouette, dude. That's the trick. You know.
I'm just saying, you know. So we'll fucking pray, you know. Thank our lucky stars. It's not just chains. Not like OG fucking Spawn where there's just like chains and then some spikes and a little bit of a boot, bunch of cape and then some chains. Although I must admit, I do want to see your version of that, like a full-on, like, insane, extreme style 90s, like, OG Spawn.
Well, technically, I did it on the first page of issue 2.
I was gonna say the preview you sent me that's as close as I've ever seen. And I always think of that old Dark Knight piece that you did. I'm like, I want to see a fucking piece on like that shit, like chains, spikes.
Not as many spikes and chains on Spawn as you think. You just remember more. Especially McFarlane's version was actually fairly light.
McFarlane version, yeah. Capullo version is what I associate. For me, that's Spawn. I won't lie. It's like, for me, like, that's Spawn and, like, maybe, like, McGinnis and like, Joe Casey and a couple other guys. That's Deadpool. Not light, though. I no hate on those guys. Just visually who I associate with the character. Once he got those boots and the gauntlet things on his hands, that's when I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. Don't even entirely know what those guards on his fucking hands are supposed to be, and I love them. Oh, getting there.
Yeah, drawing those boots and gauntlets on little tiny Spawn is super fun.
I fucking bet. every time I see that shit, I'm like, I don't know how the fuck. And then I'm like, oh yeah, you get to digitally, you know, so you can load up a little bit, because I can't imagine trying to put that shit on a little figure. And I'm like, oh yeah, he fucking physically inks all of this shit, dude. Like,
yeah, but then I physically do it, and you go, oh, I guess he can do it. Like,
yeah, it's exactly. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah, I know. Fucks everyone up. I'm like, yeah, but it looks cleaner digitally, so we do it that way first. And I need everything layered for my colors.
Oh
I've
yeah,
talked to him about it. He's been like, yeah, he'd be really stressed out if it wasn't layered.
I fucking bet, dude. That's got to be a beast dealing with those those covers are not simple covers, man.
I have pages that are far more detailed than that. Like, that's why I'm like, my book, the interiors are as good as the covers. In a lot of ways, they're better.
If you pay any attention, yeah, hell yeah. Dude, your pages are the kind of pages I grew up worshiping, because you can just spend hours dissecting them and looking and looking and looking and looking, finding new stuff.
Man, you're too kind. I have been getting some pretty interesting comments from various guys on YouTube who review the comic, and I've been getting a lot of Rob Schrab comparisons, and I'm like, well, that you guys are too kind. That's pretty dope.
That's, yeah, I mean, that's when I first saw your stuff, I was like, wow, it's kind of like Schraub, Yonan Vasquez, and then like totally off in your own direction. And the book does remind me, there's like sections of it where I definitely was like, wow, it's very, very Rob Schraub.
Should ask Rob to write it. I mean, no offense to John, it would have been pretty well. He's busy doing TV. Why would he write a comic?
Hey man, he fucking took time to fucking yammer with me as long as I wanted on the channel. He's a crazy down-to-earth guy, man. I would love to see you guys collaborate, actually.
Anytime.
I was gonna say, I might I'll pester Rob. God's kind of blown away, because he was like, man, make sure you stay in touch and let me know what you're up to, and if you ever want to do this and that. And I was like, dude, you're way too nice, man. Such a real guy.
Yeah, it was an excellent interview. You know, it was more like just like a conversation, really. But
that's really what it devolved into, because it meant a lot to me that I got to talk to him. And
you covered all the basic stuff already in the docs, you know what I mean? So it's like
that was my thing. I just was like, you know, is there anything you want to elaborate on? And it was really nice to get his. The big thing that I was really happy with was that he was comfortable enough for us to have a conversation about, like, you know, mental health and what was happening with the book and all of that, because that was something that I was really reticent to cover. You know, you never want to make anybody look bad or weak or impugn anybody that you respect,
or make accusations. I don't know. It could come off sometimes. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
And like, so it was really nice.
Night Mario, Roman Roman ROMAN.
It was nice for him to really, really open up about that, because that was during the beginning of this kind of dark period where we've lost a lot of people. It's nice to have that as a touchstone and know that, you know.
Well, those, I mean, especially like in the 90s and before that, the 80s, I mean, a lot of those guys, they just weren't working with a social safety net, you know what I mean? Or social
Yeah,
safety.
Exactly. Yeah.
Really any kind, you know? I mean,
but getting somebody to open up about that and talk about it and like share details like that you don't even want parts of your art reprinted because your medication was so heavy that you couldn't draw properly is like, that was important to me.
Right.
Like that part of the conversation was what I think I'll really take away. That when he complimented my art, I won't lie, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You're so clean. You're so good about that. Dude, Rob, shut up.
You should draw the next Scud comic.
God. If only
you're just like, stop signing me up for battles, man.
Dude, if there was anybody who was going to draw another Scud comic book, I think your commission showed who it was going to be.
Who would buy it, though? That's the question. You, me, Scotty.
Yep, exactly. It's about 30 of us,
Right.
But like, yeah, it's like you are just born to draw that character. When I saw that, I was like,
I talked his ear off at Comic-Con back in '95. I mean, I could tell he was like looking around. I'm like, you want us to leave? Am I annoying you yet? He's like, no, I'm like, yeah, I am.
It gets cool, man. I get it.
I can't buy nothing, so sorry. Just a huge fan.
I swear I'll hit you back in fucking 10 years when I'm not a broke bitch. And then he was gone.
I mean, Joe got me those pages, the roughies that he did on graph paper, so I own originals of his layouts.
Yeah, Joe's got a couple of like roughies and this one little sketch, and I think I'm going to trade him a book for him.
Yeah, he gave me one. I mean, I have not of those, but when he first bought them, he gave me one. So they're in my bin somewhere.
That was the one thing I begged Rob for. I was like, dude, I got to take a shot. Is there any way I could get you to draw me a Scud commission? I have 30 years I've wanted a Scud piece. Well, I'll get back to you, man. I was like, okay, cool. Don't push that one. About once every 6 or 8 months, I'll like email him and be like, hey man, you got free time. I'll either be that dude he eventually blocks and starts fucking ignoring because I'm super annoying, or I'll fucking get a cool piece from him. One of the two.
Well, I bought that sketchbook of his off Amazon, so we're going to definitely do a shout out on that.
Dude, I fucking love that. The art of Rob Schraub is so killer, man.
Yeah.
Going through that thing, you're like, why is this guy not doing more art? Why? Then those Rick and Morty checks come in, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember why.
I like earning a living, right?
Like, hey, you want to draw for like 5 hours for like $300, $400 or whatever it is, or you want to like write a script and we'll send you a check for a couple $100,000 at the end of the year. All right?
Right.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later. You can have this pencil back. Fuck off. Not to mention he only gets half of anything he makes off of Scud, so.
Yeah, because it's 50-50, right?
Yep.
Was that really a 50-50 creation, though, or was it just because one guy marketed it?
It was exactly because one guy marketed it, Peter Alvin.
If it's a 50-50 creation, then I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
But
it was
that seems a
in
little bit
most
like a rip.
cases. In most cases, I would say that it was like a shit deal and that he shouldn't have taken it. It like, historically looking back, it'd be bad. I really with Rob, I think he needed somebody, the way that he wanted to go about things and like as voracious as he was with Fireman Press, like he needed somebody like Peter Albert. So
I see.
I think it might have been actually worth the 50-50 trade-off, because I think really if things came down to it, if he tried, he could probably buy Alberts out if he wanted to. I just don't think it's profitable enough or appealing enough, one of the two in his head, or maybe a combination of the both. Because I know Peter Alberts hasn't done anything with the character himself in years. It's not like he's out licensing or running shirts or anything like that anymore. So.
Right. No Spencer shirt or Hot Topic.
Yeah, so it's like if you got nothing coming in on a property and somebody's offering to buy you out after 40 years, shit, you're probably gonna if it's a reasonable offer, you're probably gonna take it. Because I don't think there's anything acrimonious at all about their relationship or anything like that. So. Because I'd love to see some new Scud merchandise, at least some shirts, maybe a toy, something like that. Be cool to get him back out into the cultural zeitgeist. See that fucking trade paperback reprinted one more time. I think Scud's got
especially with that like robot death kill thing, the anthology.
Yeah.
Like that would be perfect for that,
I think Scud really has some legs. It was 30
there's
years.
Netflix now. You can do something called Assassin.
Yes. And it would be appealing, not off-putting.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because at the time it was
100%.
like totally a no-go. You couldn't do that shit. So I don't know, man. Everything about Scud is just like a sad story of a little bit too early, a little bit too late, that kind of thing.
People don't know, man. Timing is everything with art. Timing is everything. Star Wars comes out 5 years before or 5 years later, it doesn't have the same. You know what I mean?
Look at the Thing.
You get the Thing, yeah.
That movie had come out 6 months earlier, 6 months later, it'd be a legendary.
Iron Giant had been a Pixar film, right? Right? Same story. They're drawn. I keep telling people they're drawn three-dimensionally because they needed to match the robot. You look at when Brad Bird goes to Pixar and does Incredibles, that's the Iron Giant style for the humans.
Now you were breaking it down the other day.
Yeah,
and I was like, holy crap.
So like, I'm like, if that were a Pixar movie, it would have been huge,
Would have been a
It was
beast.
just 2D. If it was a 2D film at the end of the 80s or right after Little Mermaid had come out, maybe it would have done, up there with, American Tail and stuff like that, But it's like, just the timing and the format was not happening at that point,
Yep.
After Toy Story and Bug's Life and Ants and all that shit. Ants. I saw that shit in Basic. Ridiculous.
What? You didn't like it?
It's funny to watch when you're in Basic. Like, we're all gonna die.
Hey, look, we're all working drones, and they're making fun of us.
I know.
Fuck this movie.
He was a pretty good ant.
Oh, he was an awesome ant, man. That was some inspired voice casting.
Yeah. No one saw that coming when we saw the movie. It was like they hid that one pretty well.
back in the olden days of those early waves of Pixar films.
Well, I mean, look, Toy Story 3 is a really big monumental move forward in their storytelling and hard to replicate, you know? So it's like there was a point where they kind of did go backwards a little bit, like Dory, you know, Incredibles 2 was not, you know, I was like, they should have just made a Frozone movie. But
Yeah, Incredibles
like,
2 was underwhelming.
yeah, like Frozo having his first kid and then having to, you know what I mean? Like lean on his buddy to help, you know, like. But whatever.
Yeah, shit just felt generic to me. First one was like best Fantastic Four movie I've ever seen. Second one felt real generic. So
I would have been. I'm somewhat in the minority on this, but I just think I would be totally for them taking the exact same film script, don't change anything, but just updating the CGI. Like, because the lighting and stuff on that film doesn't have the same panache, whatever you want to call it. Like, if you're gonna do a remake, just rather they just rebuild it, remaster. It's not really a remaster. Especially like even the first Toy Story, you know? I mean, don't get rid of the old one. I'll be like, you can never buy it again. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where it would benefit. I mean, really, it would benefit, especially with Sid, you know, and the horrific humans that they had prior to The Incredibles. And I mean, it dawned on me the most when I went and saw, because they did the 3D re-release of 1, 2, and 3 in the theater.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like watching them back to back. I was like, they really should just remaster, like rebuild these films with their modern tech. Because once they do it, they're not going to really ever have to do it again. The CGI is not changing that much in terms of, you know, complexity or believability or whatnot. But 1995, you know, to 2010, that's a huge leap.
No, that's everybody that I went with, my girlfriend and my roommate and I were all like, wow, number one worked like perfectly in 3D and I wouldn't change anything, and we were really like,
I would. When you get to that dog and Sid and the baby, it's just like, oof, it's not good. I'm not for like the Lucas thing where you're like, you can't get the older. No, you got to always make the older ones available. But it's like Lion King. Like, why don't you just, if you're gonna remake it, just remake it with the animated designs? You can do realistic textures and shit like that. Why are you making them look realistic? Like, who the fuck asked for that?
I don't understand any of those live action movies. So.
They're not even live action. They're animated.
Well, but the whatever you want to.
Right, they're realistically animated, but they're not. They're animated. Films like. I told you, I don't know. It's StreamYard, man. You know?
Yeah. No, I was just waiting for you to come back.
Like the internet. I don't know. You know?
Yay for fucking technology, man.
I was going to keep the other one that I was used to using, but the service they have to let you log in just doesn't work. I tried it with Brandon. It never worked. So I just went back to StreamYard.
Huh. That sucks.
Yeah. All this stuff should be built into YouTube, man. Stand by
Yes,
that.
it should. At this point, with the money they make, I do not understand why it's not.
Yeah. You know, but if you wanted to remake Mulan, don't do live action. Do stylized CG. Give it the facelift so it can compete visually with 3D films, you know? You still, and then you keep the 2D one available. So it's still there, you know? But
okay. Blasphemy.
not blasphemy. The original concept art for Mulan's better than the movie. Chris Sanders. You ever see Chris Sanders' design for Mulan?
Dude, yes.
All right. That's fucking Mulan. The movie we got, it's the fucking TV version of that.
Like every other fucking Disney property ever.
But visually, Moana's gorgeous, dude. Like, you just do that with fucking Mulan. If you're gonna remake, don't change the script. Same exact voice acting and everything. Just change. Give them stylized CGI with lighting and the whole bit. You know. Maybe they pump up some of the action sequences. Just, you know, if they got a better idea. Like, I'm not tied to that. But
Whatever, they're remaking everything anyway. Fuck it, why not?
yeah, look, in this way, look, if you're gonna remake it, I'm just telling you, make the one that's visually gonna stand the test of time. This realistic shit won't work, dude. No one's gonna remember the live action Mulan. Jonesy says, "New week. Do you guys have any cool plans apart from the usual?" No. You do anything this week out of the norm?
Yeah. No.
We got the debate, right? That's it.
Like the most predictable. I have no friends. I do nothing. I draw. I watch stuff. That's about it. Read comics. Make docs. Take care of my kid.
If it's playing and I can get a late showing, I'll see the 4:30 movie. Maybe not Friday, but Sunday. Because my wife has a surgery on something big. She just has to get some nasal surgery or some shit so she can breathe a little easier. Something happens with age. It's no big deal.
Good. Save me my next, like, being like, Jesus, what the fuck? Your wife's getting surgery? Didn't say shit, Rob.
No, she had me go to the appointment last week with the doctor, and I'm sitting in there, and I'm like, he's fucking Joel from Mystery Science Theater. I'm like, here we go, the satellite of love. Just gonna have a little surgery right here. Okay.
That would be not. I would not complain about that though.
We have a nice Van Patten conspiracy. Ninja Master 1 and 2 are my two favorite Mystery Science Theaters. You ever watch that one?
That's the one that they. Is that what they remastered? Called the Lee Van Cleef one?
Yes. Yeah, the Master. It was Ninja Master when it went to VHS.
Okay, I was gonna say because it was like I have a bootleg of that entire series that took me a very long time to track down.
Yeah, so Demi Moore's like in the first episode.
Yep.
And Van Patten goes in for the kiss, and she fucking just on camera just turns his ass down. It's like it's the most unpassionate kiss ever in the history of cinema. Like, I don't know why it's so fucking distorted. I gotta work on this. Something's off. That's not how it looks. It's so weird. I don't know. I'll work that out later. But yeah, no, it's great because Lee Van Cleef has like, this is so racist. He has Asian eyes.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So like when he's a ninja, they got a legitimate Asian man in the fucking mask.
Yeah.
The same eyes. I'm just like, it's so bad, dude.
I remember watching that shit and being so obsessed with it that when I had a buddy go to Hong Kong, I was like, you have to keep an eye out in all of the markets and shit. If you see a bootleg of this shit, and he did, he found it. I was like, yes. I have all 13 episodes of that piece of shit. Even though those 2 episodes make up, I think, like 5 episodes of the show. Like, damn. But there is more.
Oh man, it's so good. It's like he's like, I served in Vietnam and then I retired to Japan to become a ninja. You're like, what? What is Vietnam? You wanted to be World War II vet. You know what I mean? Like they should have gone that route, that he was a World War II vet who stayed in Japan and became a ninja, and he's been using ninja magic to stay alive this long. You know?
But yeah, but that would make sense.
But
No.
Vietnam makes no fucking sense. So when I watch Full Metal Jacket, I'm like, so which one of these motherfuckers is Lee Van Cleef? Like, wouldn't it be great to do an AI fan edit where we just AI fucking Lee Van Cleef into Full Metal Jacket?
And there's like 3 dudes that get it and die laughing.
Right. That's if there's ever a reason to use AI, right? Like, let's do that so we can have the full prequel to The Master.
Oh my god. Why did he turn to ninjutsu? Well, I can tell you. Gomer fucking Pyle.
We'll have on his helmet, it says Master.
Bro, what the shit?
You never know where the conversation's going to lead, right? You always think, we've talked about everything. That nope. No, you'll see.
It's just like, I love that, like, every time I'm like, man, I always feel bad because I'm always like, somehow, even when I am trying to be positive, I like end up like crapping on stuff you love, or I'm like, just not interested. Da, 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 da. And then we'll hit on something that's so weird and so niche and so fucking stupid, like that show. And I'm like, no, I am legitimately obsessed with that shit. I spent like 4 years trying to track down the rest of that show. I love it. It is awful in all the best possible ways.
Yeah, I mean, the pet rat in the van,
What the fuck? Who greenlit that? What, you have a pet rat?
He's almost like Of Mice and Men with that one, right? Like
a little bit too on the head. Like, are you serious? Like, we're actually gonna give him fucking a mouse and a cat? Oh, all right then. Yeah.
I was hoping Lee Van Cleef would have to kill him or something. You know, like we were gonna.
You're not the Great White Ninja. You're just a fuck up kid. Oh man, now I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to watch that show tomorrow, Rob.
I like it when he's dancing with the handicap chick. What the hell was that one all about? Where her dad's like an old Hollywood guy.
Like, what the shit?
What were they? I don't get what they were doing. It was like checklisting things, but I didn't understand.
Yeah, a lot of those. I'll have to go back and like rewatch. The episodes make more sense. I don't want to say like, that show makes sense, but they do make more sense than like the edited together.
Oh yeah, they always do. I've watched it. I watched like Catalina Caper. The movie makes sense when you watch it,
Yeah.
Great, but it doesn't have creepy girl,
If you want, I'll stick. I should have my ISOs of that. I'll just stick that on with Syphil and Ollie.
Yeah.
Since you're like the only other dude I've ever known that gives a shit about that show. Me and my old roommate used to be obsessed with it.
Well, we're getting a corgi this next year. You know, my wife always wanted one, and that we have a schnauzer, and my older dog, just statistically speaking, has about somewhere in the range of 5 years. You know, and my schnauzer's never been without another dog, and I think it'll affect them. So we're trying to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bring another dog in. So she's always wanted a corgi, and I was like, we named him Zappa. We named the corgi Zappa. Zappa rocks.
I mean, Zappo Davian Labi. What's up?
Everyone loves Zappa.
That's dope, dude. I wish my wife even would entertain something like that.
Yeah, she's great. It's the right kind of her. She likes that weird 90s, and it's just the Suffield and Ollie is perfected that, you know.
It is, yeah. Liam Lynch in like general, but yeah.
With the the songs and everything, you know.
Yeah, which is hilarious because I fucking legitimately despise musicals and stuff. Yeah, anything that has music in it, I shut off. And that show is awesome. Now I've got prostitute laundry stuck in my head.
I like it when the G spot shows up.
Oh shit. Oh man. I got just a collection of like Precious Roy audio clips that I listen to every once in a while.
Every time Trump is hawking something and it trends on Threads, I always put up Precious Ray gifs, and people are like, what the fuck is this? I'm Precious Roy. I like flava beans.
Buy my hot dog flavored gerbil moccasins. Suckers.
Suckers. I just like how more, when you watch them in the proper order, how more unhinged fucking off Ollie gets.
You guys know the serious ass Bigfoot in my backyard with my mom and the cereal problems I've been having, right?
You got big ass cereal problems. Yeah.
You're like, what? Yeah, that show is peak fucking insanity. Especially that third season that MTV like didn't really even air.
Yeah, I tried to get through the one they did on the website.
Oh yeah.
The made up video games didn't quite work the same as if they had actually been maybe doing real games, you know. And the voices change. It happens, you know. Not much you can do about that.
It'd have been a while.
Yeah.
I think that was a little bit post prime.
Yeah.
But hey, nothing lasts forever, right?
Yeah. There's a time and place.
Okay, I'm hearing Japanese pop at like 2:30. Give me 2 seconds. I will be right back.
Yep. doesn't look good. Where's my... Oh, my pen's come out. And they should be. It's weird.
I know I am, but you don't have to make fun, Rob.
What's up?
I said I know I am, but you don't have to make fun, Rob. I was just being a smart ass.
It's fine. It's one of my favorite pens too. Let's figure that one.
Pen giving you shit?
No, pen disappeared.
Oh, damn, that's the worst.
Work. Yeah, Timmy had a new color in. Just put it a little bit over the whole image somewhere, and it'll fit.
It'll fit.
Yeah, just put a little bit of it everywhere, and then you're like, oh yeah, look, it's part of the image.
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Oh, there's a great joke about that in the new DuckTales. I told you about Mark Peaks. I don't want to ruin it, but there's a great fake it till you make it joke that they nailed. There's no one who's roasted modern CEOs more than that show. Like they nailed it. Way ahead of the curve. Way ahead of the curve on that one.
Now I gotta check it out. Actually, I guess that's good because that gives me stuff to watch with the kid. I'm always struggling to figure out what the hell I can put on while my kid's around. Like, my parents were terrible about letting me watch shit when I was a kid. So I have like no, I don't not think about it. Every once in a while I'll be watching something, I'm like, oh shit. You cannot see this.
My dad didn't. My mom took me to go see Poltergeist 2, the drive-in. We had the same station wagon in that movie, and then that chainsaw comes out to kill everybody. It just ruined my whole life. when it's like floating through the air and shit. Fuck yeah.
I was scarred.
It's a legit horror movie, Poltergeist 2, you know?
Oh yeah,
If there's
dude.
at least magic to the first one. There's no magic in 2. It's a straight horror movie.
Yeah, I remember like seeing Clockwork Orange when I was 7. Like, yeah, probably not.
The one that got me was my uncle had me watch Trilogy of Terror when I was like 5. You know, that stupid fucking voodoo doll, dude. Yeah.
Karen Black, dude. That
Yeah,
poor
the
chick.
noise that fucking thing makes, dude. You know, like it fucked me up, dude. Like as a kid.
Karen Black scarred more kids, man. Fucking right.
That wasn't made for TV fucking movie, bro.
I fucking know. The guy who did Dark Shadows did it.
How was that made for TV?
Dan fucking Curtis, dude. He was nut. I don't fucking know. I don't get it, dude. But like I love so much of Dan Curtis's shit. Yeah. Have you seen Burnt Offerings?
I want to say yes, but I could not recall it to you at this moment.
Okay. It's Karen Reed or Karen Black. It's got Oliver Reed. Burgess Meredith is in it.
I've probably seen it.
Cool.
'Cause I've seen like that's all. I mean, the name is familiar, but you know, if this were the movie Schmodown, I'd be losing points on.
No. As long as you've seen it, it's not like top 100 movies of all time or anything, but it's a really good fucking movie, highly fucking overlooked in my opinion. So whenever people are fans of Dan Curtis, I always bring it up. If you like Karen Black and Dan Curtis, by the way, Burnt Offerings, like a more accessible version of The Shining. It was funny because like I love Burnt Offerings like for a lot of years, but you could never get anything better than like these really terrible fucking masters that they'd done off of VHSs, and it finally got a Blu-ray release, and they managed to get commentary with Dan Curtis right before he died. Like Karen Black is on there and stuff. I didn't have it was from some import company, one of those real expensive import companies. I couldn't afford it at the time, so I got to see it like years and years and years later. And I'd seen the new master, and it just looked fucking great, and it was fucking hilarious because it turned out that Karen Black was got massively pregnant during the middle of that fucking movie, and Dan Curtis was absolutely livid, pissed about it. Because she was so big, and there was no scene in that movie that you can fucking tell she's fucking pregnant. And she even does this a swimming scene with Oliver Reed. And I was like, God, Diz, what'd she look like when you're pregnant? Fuck.
It's not the same thing, but it's my favorite. One of my favorite pickup gaffes was in Wall Street. When fucking Charlie Sheen goes to, Gordon Gekko in Central Park and with the wiretap.
Mm-hmm.
And there's that scene where fucking Michael Douglas is smacking him around, and he's covered in water, wet coat. It's raining, and then they cut to another thing, and the coat's perfectly clean. And then they cut back, and it's fucking totally wet again. It's perfectly dry and it goes wet and then back to wet. It's hilarious.
Oh, continuity director not doing his job there. I
It's
love
like
that they're
the most dramatic part of the movie too, you know, like it's not like a small little.
yeah, it's like there are people who get paid for that though. They're not like around near as much anymore, but especially back when people smoked all the time, it got to be a huge problem. There was like guys who would specifically not write characters that smoked or direct movies with characters that smoked because it got so bad in the fucking 80s. Jesus. They used to drive me nuts when I'd be watching a movie and you're like, look, and somebody's cigarette is like half smoked and it's like all ashes and it's like they're lighting a new cigarette and you're like, oh, come the fuck on, guys.
Or like in Mission Impossible 2 during the motorcycle chase when the tires are switching from street to dirt tires. Like during the chase. They're smooth and then treaded and then smooth and then treaded again.
At least those make sense to me. You know what I mean? Like you have to switch out the tires because somebody's gonna fucking die.
Right, but not during the middle of the chase. Like I guess there's nothing you can do about it, but you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, like I mean, at least there's like a reason there. With cigarettes, it's like, come on, guys. Maybe just not smoke during every fucking scene, okay? Like I get it, I'm a smoker too. It's nice, but like let's knock the shit off. It's kind of distracting. I feel bad for the continuity directors on those fucking big action films, man. That's just a beast. But it's a lot easier now because, like, I doubt, like, you know, especially something like Mission Impossible. Like, I fucking, you know, they would have just digitally replaced the fucking tires now.
yeah, now you can fix it if you needed to, you know? It's like,
And like technically, you could just go back to the original master, which I guarantee you they have sitting in a fucking vault, and just digitally fix it up. But do you like want to keep fixing every little bit like that?
well, they would. I think that's just something they would budget into VFX, you know, or
Well,
something.
no,
like
but
that.
I'm saying now.
Right.
You can even do it now. You got the master. You fucking do it now and fucking make that
They're
shit
not
on.
spending one more dime on Mission Impossible.
No,
2.
there's none of those things. But I'm just saying, like, you know, getting back to like doing, you know, fully realized versions of stuff and like updated versions and that kind of stuff with like Pixar and that kind of shit. I like my small imperfections and silliness in films. I was like one of the few dudes that I remember whenever they re-released Evil Dead 2, whenever they have Rob come out and he's getting hung upside down and all that sweat comes pouring out of his ear and it wasn't there. I was like, wait, where's the fucking sweat? Wait. They cut frames. Weird shit like that like reminds me that I'm watching a real movie. I love it.
All right. How about that?
Man, that's looking killer.
Yeah, I can't tell you what's causing the connection issue. It's no Wi-Fi, man.
I don't know. It's just probably because I'm on here and they're always trying to shut me down, Rob. They're out to get me, bud.
They're out to get you.
Oh yeah, all of them. Come on now. The amount of shit I talk, somebody's got to be out to get me by this point. Come on now.
It's me. I'm playing the long card room.
I'm just stringing you the fuck along. Wait until
Oh, part of the
6
plan.
months from now.
Yeah. I'm going to siffle and ollie cancel your ass. You'll see.
I'm gonna fucking out all them DMs, son.
Where did I put all the paper cups? Yeah. We splatted.
Uh-oh. Just make it part of the piece, right?
It's the point. Yeah.
Spliggity, spliggity, splatty.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it, man.
That's it. That's what you get. That looks killer, though, man.
I think if I were to go a little further, when it all dries, I could airbrush some clear gesso on there and get some grit and then put some dry pastel, but I don't know how much more I'm going to get out of that.
That'd be a lot of work for a little touch-up.
Bro, I do it all the time. There's tiny little cards I sell, man, that have dry pastel on them. That's where all that texture comes from. Like, yeah.
What the?
I'm always doing dry pastel. People like, I have one of these little portable airbrushes, and I've learned that if you dilute clear gesso with water, you can run it through an airbrush and get a nice sandy surface. And it won't warp the paper. And so as soon as that dries, then you can take some of that pastel and get yourself that nice gritty texture on there.
What the fuck? Jesus Christ, Rob.
Yeah.
No wonder your shit's next level.
No. But yeah, I mean, if my wife said she was done with me doing art, she just wanted me to like be a home guy, and I was done with Spawn, and I'm like, you know what, fine. I would just do like soft pastel landscapes on my own. You know, I'd go to impressionistic. Yeah, that's what I would spend my time doing.
I could see doing the paintings and stuff. I don't know if I do landscapes, but I could definitely see doing like.
I do flowers. Yeah.
Flowers your thing?
I could do shapes. I'm really good with shapes. And I think Monet and flowers, like the color when light hits it, you know, it's my kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, Impressionism was always like one of my favorite fucking movements. I was absolutely enamored with it.
Yeah, everyone likes the Louvre, but I tell them if you're in Paris, go to the Monet. There's a Monet museum. I forget what it's called. It's like L'Orange or some shit like that.
You fucking told me about this shit. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's so fucking amazing, dude. When I saw it, blew my mind. You know, I want to go back. I want to get a great croissant that don't cost $8 you know.
Yeah.
And
I miss the pastries in general there.
We have an excellent French pastry over here with the French, I want to say like at least a 1 to 2 star rated chef, but it's not cheap, you know. It's like $8 a croissant, but it is as good as France. So
damn, dude, that's
yeah.
tits.
If
I'd
every
kill to even have that shot, you know what I mean?
They have an excellent quiche.
Oh,
so
yeah.
we get like quiche. Yeah, we get the quiche. And my wife and I make rat creature jokes the whole way home. Right.
Quiche is one of my favorite foods on the damn planet.
Yeah, they have this like bacon and green onion. So good.
I always end up having to make it because nowhere around here even serves it. So
really tough to get the right butter crust pastry though, man.
Oh yeah, no, I I don't get to make them right. I just get to eat quiche. I wish I could get proper fucking even ingredients to make that shit. I don't have time to make those damn complicated crusts and breads anymore now that I got a kid. I used to do that shit.
Teach her to make it. Start them early.
Yeah, I keep trying to get her interested in food. I loved cooking when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
She's not so much into that shit. But she's getting to be the age where it's gonna be soon. Like, you're gonna learn how to make your own food because I'm not making this shit no more. Getting ready to be 9.
I remember that.
Yeah, I was like making like Thanksgiving dinner by 9, so you getting off lucky. You got like several years of amnesty here.
Yeah, when I was 9, I begged my 4th grade teacher to teach us to start a culinary like course. And so Thursdays, because she was like, we could do a suggestion for some special class, or because they were trying to prep us for middle school, you know.
Mm-hmm.
and so I gotta just do a cooking thing every week. So I learned how to make French toast and pizza and all that other shit. Because my dad, he was just like, TV dinners forever. I couldn't take it.
That was my fucking old man too, dude.
Hey, before we go, I'm just curious to know, what's your take on the whole like new Frank Miller Batman cover, or all this new Frank Miller art? Like,
Oh,
I get cartooning, right?
yeah. I think, okay, to put this as politely and succinctly as I possibly can, I believe that something physically or mentally very bad has happened to Frank Miller in the last decade that has never been made public, that he's not talked about, and has been
Like a stroke or something? Like
something like that. Yes. Yes. I don't say that and it sounds really insulting when you say that. Like, that looks so bad, it looks like you had a stroke. That it's not just that, it's his neck. Like, if you look, he aged. Like, there are a lot of fairly well-known stories about him liking a certain substance that goes up your nose that can lead to like heart failure and strokes and that kind of shit. So I think that's what's going on. Like, I get like refining your style and shit changing over the years, but like, they literally look like children.
right.
I mean, quite literally.
Yeah, because I'm like, it almost feels like charity.
Yeah.
You know? Like getting a guy paid, you know?
Yeah, but he did when AI came, like, was, you know, the big AI, fuck AI hashtag was going around, and Bill Sienkiewicz did that awesome ass fucking hand drawing. He did a drawing too, and it looks spectacular. It looks as good as anything he did for Sin City. I don't know. Did it just take him like 50 million hours to do that? Or like, is it just that he can, and this is going to sound like really bad too, is it just that he can get away with that? Because there's like plenty of guys that'll phone it in if you can phone it in. Why kill yourself if you are going to get paid the same amount for literally, you know, doing a piece like that?
You should send me that piece, because I don't think I've seen it.
I'll dig it up, man. I'll remind me, but I will. Yeah, I'll dig it up, bro.
It's a real bummer to me, because remember when he did the 10th anniversary of The Dark Knight, and he did that like Sin City cover, but it was like Batman.
Yes.
You know, and he did like those pieces, because I have the 10th anniversary hardcover. Like, I bought that when it came out, right? And it has all like those. He did like 3 or 4, maybe, like, you know, Sin City-esque, but all the volume was there. The underdrawing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the inks, the shadows that were placed strategically, but it's still a volumetric. It's brilliant art, you know?
Yes.
And I was just like, why didn't he just do that with Batman? Like, for the love of God, you know?
I quite honestly, I don't know if he's like physically or mentally capable.
But I mean, then, you know what I mean? Like, I wish before the Dark Knight Strikes Back that he had just done the Sin City thing with that, you know?
Yeah, he's been pretty blunt about saying all of the Dark Knight's sequel stuff was done purely for money, and that he had zero interest in it. So I think that's where a lot of disconnect with some of that stuff comes from.
I know, I just whatever.
At least he's honest about it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, why does that suck? Well, because I did it for the fucking paycheck and I have zero interest in it and I didn't really care about it and I didn't really try. So, yeah, it wouldn't be great, would it? Like, oh shit. Okay. The fuck, Frank? But turning down a paycheck like that, I mean, I say that, you know, but God only knows what they were paying him.
Yeah, what's $1 million, man? You know, would you?
Right? You know?
Jonesy says Miller had an alcohol. Joe said something about it was an alcohol problem, like the whole weight loss thing. But
Well, I know he had an alcohol problem. But there's also, if you want to go, and I'm not, please don't like take this as me as like saying that I know Frank Miller or this or that, but there's well documented interviews by a lot of his friends and contemporaries that also said that he has a problem with past tense with coke basically.
I don't know.
I can't say that for sure. Sad. I just know that I've read it in a lot of interviews and it would explain a lot of stuff.
I think if he came out with like he had a health issue, you know what I mean? He's just trying to be part of the community, people would give it a pass. You know?
I think so too. And it's always made me wonder what was going on with Frank. I'm not gonna lie. I normally don't get like curious and like pokey about people's personal lives and stuff. Like Frank Miller, I was like, what the fuck happened? Like he just hit a certain point and he looks like he got fucking decimated.
Right. Right. Yeah. He looked like the king of the Rohim or whatever when he was like, you know? Sorry guys, you know. Not trying to be
No, dude, he always looked like shit. But he looked like a cartoonist shit. Like, you drink too much, you don't really take care of yourself, you probably smoke. You know, you just look like a fucking cartoonist. And then all of a sudden, bam, motherfucker looks like he aged 10 years. His neck is literally like wrenched to the side to the fucking point where he can no longer stand up straight. He's using a fucking cane. Like,
yeah, I thought he had cancer or something, like, honestly. But
that's what I wondered. Like, is it cirrhosis? Is it cancer? Did you have a stroke? Did you have, because, I mean, quite obviously something happened. And I think that is what is up with the new covers. And I don't say that insultingly. I say that as in, like, I just don't think that Frank Miller is, like, necessarily physically capable of. He's like Frazetta after he lost that hand. Still capable of being a great artist.
Frazetta's still painted some pretty amazing pieces, though.
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say.
Yeah.
Still an amazing artist, but like
they were more dreamlike, but you know.
Well, yeah, totally different style. You know, he had to relearn to paint again and draw and all of that, and it took him an inordinate amount of time then. He was no longer fast because most of his, you know, big paintings and stuff, despite the fact he would do a shit ton of preliminaries or whatever, he would sit down and paint them fuckers overnight. Frustratingly. Don't know how that's possible, but true apparently.
Ooh, well, I think that'll do it.
I'm calling it, son.
That dried, so I can sign this shit and be over with.
I'm fucking done with this spawn. No more spawns.
That's not true. Other spawns. Yes. There we go. Scribbly spawn. 5 hours. Ridiculous.
Scribbly. Oh, is it
Ridiculous.
5? Damn, did we hit 5 hours?
5 hours.
I fucking was damn near dead on, huh?
Yep. You're gonna be my production manager. I'll call you like Stephen Root. Didn't you write that down? Man, I'm working at Arby's.
That shit fucked my head up so bad. You're
One of the
taking
best
notes, right? I'm at work at Arby's, man. I told you. I called you on break. I've been talking to you on the phone while I've been making food for an hour.
Sir, this is an Arby's. You literally, sir, this is an Arby's to him, dude. So
Like,
good.
Dude, he was so intense, man. I wish I could get him back. Like, I'll take notes this time. You just got to tell me. I can't be at work.
Yeah, you know, man, if I was the one with the unlimited budget, I would have just had Steve Rude design all the characters for Cape Crusader and gone CGI with his style.
Oh, man.
Painted textures, you know what I mean?
Damn, that. Fuck.
Right.
That would have been cool as shit.
If I was in charge.
Now that Darwin's gone, because that's who I would have gone to in lieu of him. But yeah. I always wanted to see a Darwin cook Batman. Like, really bad. But he...
Watercolor, acrylic pen, splats. That's that. All right, everybody, I'm going to hang up here. We'll be back later. Roman will be back when he be back. This isn't going to be part 1. This is going to be done. Like, so I got to retitle this. Part 1. Like, I'll just do the bit now. I just got the whole thing done. It's over. This will photograph better. It looks slightly off on the camera, but yeah.
It looks good to me, man.
It's all right. This was my test. You know? And then that's our final. Later, everybody. See y'all later. Peace.